Alright, alright. We live? We gonna do this thing or what? Can't fucking see. I'm blind, oh my god! Oh shit, that's better. Oh fuck. Woo! Oh. Just about had a heart attack. Forgot that I needed glasses to see. Oh my god. We're back. How's it going, partners? How you doing? Let's get into a mood. Right? Let's get a vibe rolling. Be like a steamroller. Get some tea going. Yeah. We got cards, we're gonna hold them. Diamond. It is going, not sure where. Yeah, we don't know, man. Where's it going? Unpredictable. 3-body problem. We just don't know. Too complex. Cannot understand the nature of our own thoughts. What a paradox. Sometimes it feels like my brain's just a box of rocks rattling around. Can hear it. Shocked. Feel it shaking. My number's up. My beacon is taking me. I can't seem to be speaking. My bones are always breaking. I'm always thinking. Straight up achievements make me think I'm not gonna ever be enough. Getting so weak. Driving me eternally crazy. I gotta stop, take a breath. Make sure I drink some tea. Seems like the only way to be is a paradox inside a box of rocks. Got a pair of socks, stepped in a puddle, got too wet. Never stop with these paradoxes. They never stop. That's right, 3-body problem. We as humans, we always want to, we think that we can predict the future. But mathematically, it's just way beyond us. It's too complex. We focus in on a few variables and we ask, well, what if I tweak this variable just a little bit? How would that change the trajectory of the future? And you know, we got like 4-ish slots in our short-term memory that we can sort of store variables. So, you know, maybe we've got 4 dials and we're like, what's going to happen in the future? How do I prepare for it? We add 4 variables and then we tweak the dials a little bit and then we run this simulation and we're like, okay, well, my intuition tells me that if I take a left turn here, if I run that red light, I might get in a car accident, and that's not going to be good. I'm going to have my driver's license suspended, you know. So we tweak that dial. We're like, okay, better not run that red light. But like the world is an infinite set of dials, and there's an infinite number of variables, and we can never keep track of all of them. So it's only an illusion that we feel in control of anything at all. And yet, we need to feel some semblance of control. Otherwise, we just fucking go crazy. We go out of our damn minds. Our brains would explode. It'd be like a warm puddle of, I don't know, soggy Cheetos. I don't know where that came from. That's what happens when brains explode, partners. It's like basically take a bunch of Cheetos, put them in a bowl of water, and make them all soggy. That's basically what happens when your brain explodes, I think. That actually makes kind of sense. I know, I think about it. Just reading the tea leaves, Grungetta says, brain to wave, brain to wave, brain to wave. Brain to wave? Wow, that's crazy. You got brain waves. It's insane what we do with the brain waves. It's about time. Clown spitting bars. Let me get a beat here. I'll try to rhyme. I'll try to rhyme what Clowns is doing here. Let me get a good beat. Hmm. 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 This looks like a fast song. Sounds like a fast song. All right. Let me see if I can read this whole thing. All right. Let me read it. I like this. Yeah, this is cool. All right, let's try it. Uh-huh. All right. Steam split. Steam spit. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Do it. Steam spit, slick off the tip of the pot when I twist that wrist like ignition spark. Sip, youth quick through the lip of the drop. That drip still hits like a bit in bark. Breathe the heat, heartbeat skip in the dark. I'm lit with a glitch and a grin and a mark. We were kids with the kick in the park. No script, no pitch, just to spit the yard. Now I rip through ticks up the clock. Pop, shots in the past, no pause, no stop. Shit, I lost my track. I lost the place. Teacup spins when I talk that talk. Drip dream steam like the gods on top. Pour that sin in. Yeah, we let it begin. Skin of the drop, you don't end. It just boils nonstop. Metal scream hums in the throat of the pot. That's me still young when the lid go pop. All right. Sick, dude. Hopefully did justice. Today, peppermint or Moroccan mint? Ah, another variant. We have another variant. The tea, his name is Martin. It's a martini. It's a variant of peppermint. It's actually candy cane. Candy cane tea. Candy cane tea. Candy cane tea. I feel like I just skipped Halloween. I just skipped Halloween, man. I just love red and green. Go straight to Christmas. Festive. It is, isn't it? Casting a spell. It feels like I've been under a spell lately. Actually, enchanted. Enchanted. That's how I feel. Enchanted. Any of you feel like you've been under a spell? Actually, for a lot of my life, I felt like I was under a spell. It was like a what do you call those spells that the evil warlocks cast on you and they can like control you? It's like a puppet spell, right? a spell of control. It's like a spell. Like for most of my life, I'd been enchanted. Enchanted. Forced to read a script that I did not write. Existing to play a part that I felt was not a good fit. Like a spell. There's an aroma. You can almost smell the spell that's been cast over our houses. A big part of my past. A spell that has been cast. But eventually, I feel like the spell has been broken. Broken by a new spell. Only a new spell could break the old spell. Has a good smell, this one. Like daffodils or roses. Let me change the, let's go back to some lo-fi covers here. All right. Been hexing for months now. Command 5E. Not a good fit. Perfect description. We have been forced into unnatural roles. What's up, Revanova? This is weird to come into. It's how we like it. Weird. That's how we rewrite the spell. We just glitch. Our brains just glitch out. We're like, wait a second. All of these words and all of these things that my brain has been programmed to say, it's just a program running automatically. And when you start thinking about all these things that we do automatically, it's like you glitch out and you're like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, like a bolt of lightning. Like strike, lightning. Break the spell. You gotta make it so that it's absurd. You gotta think about it, you gotta focus on it. You gotta say something weird like, what did you say earlier? What were you saying earlier? You said it perfectly. Brain to wave. Grangetta said brain to wave. Brain to wave. What does that even mean? It's ridiculous. Repeat it 10 times fast. Brain to wave, 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 brain to wave. I didn't count. How many was that? Did anyone count? Close enough. And then he's just like, fuck, what's going on? Doesn't make sense, but it felt so good. But the opposite, to break the spell in the opposite direction, you gotta be like, okay, it feels really good just saying it automatically. It's easy, but why am I saying it? Am I just saying it just because it's easy? Am I just doing it because it's automatic? And then you question yourself and you're like, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore because it's automatic. I've done that I've said that thing so many times. I'm going to totally change my mind. Time to mature, time to level up, time to fit, time to get into the fire. Clowns and I, we've got this, we got a new song that we're thinking about doing. It's called The Crucible. Crucible. Step into the crucible. Let the fire improve the soul. It's all about doing the things that you don't want to do so that you can improve. Sometimes I feel like I'm a hypocrite when I write songs like these, though, because oftentimes I'm just like, fuck, no, I just want to do what's easy, you know? God damn. Revanova says to play devil's advocate. Hell yeah. We need some devil's advocates in here. The meaning of language comes from our common usage of it. If we use it in unnatural ways, we leave meaning behind. Language, you know, like, I've been thinking about this. a lot. Why do we communicate? Why do we even communicate? What's the point of it? Like, why am I communicating to you? Why am I up here on stream? What do I hope to achieve? What is it that I want to do? I want to cast a spell on you, partner? What do I hope to get out of this? What's in it for me? What's in it for us? Why do we communicate? You tell me. Why do we communicate? Tina agrees. Only a new spell can break the old spell. Spells. Magic. We need to bring magic back to the land. There was a Pixar film. I think it was called Onward or Forward. And it's about how, you know, the land used to be enchanted and there used to be magic, but then we invented all of these things like light bulbs and mechanical machinery, and with the push of a button, we didn't need to learn how to do a lighting spell, right? Because we had this thing called a light switch, and it was just way easier. And people just got lazy, and magic just kind of fizzled out. It was a pretty good film. There used to be magic. In what ways, metaphorical or literal, is that true today? Not sure. Clowns, ebb and flow rising, joy of thinking, and clowns ignite that storm and sink bars, bleed heat, no shrink, weed link. Ink drink, dip till the edges blink, sound waves bend like time in a grin, tongue spin, sin flood begins, ain't rap, this is tectonic skin, thought crash, breath slash, gods with drums, crack bones with calm once, live, pulse too slick, no soul forgiven, air starts shaking, baseline bitten, words so fast the codes get smitten, might catch fire when the tide go off, the world ain't ready. Fire. Clown says language never lived by rules, it broke itself to grow. If we only spoke what's common, we'd still grunt in caves. Meaning isn't lost when we twist, it's reborn. Every new phrase starts as wrong until it fits the world better. Ah. Huh. You're telling us about the dangerous tiger. God damn it. Technology. The big O? I wonder. Clowns, are we ready to drop this song? I don't know, man. I think we need to... Do we need to wait a little longer? Revanova says it's what sets us apart from the other species. Evolution, we did not evolve to have smartphones. We were supposed to be far fewer, live in huts, and be free. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? What were we supposed to do? We certainly, our biology, our brains, probably ill-prepared for this explosive technological growth and all of the complexity, all the growing complexity on our lives. Just feels overwhelming. Last time I said that it feels like drinking from a fire hose. Every time I tap my phone, it's like the information just starts to flow like a fire hose. Hard to hold on to, too. You know, like imagine a hose under a bunch of pressure trying to hold on to it, and you just kind of, holy shit, how do you hold on to this thing? It's crazy. It's exciting. It's exciting. I'm a thrill seeker myself. I try to hold on to the hose and ride it. I try to hold on to it. But I don't deny that it is a frightening, scary thing to do. I don't know, the one thing about the human brain is it's quite adaptable, and I think that we must figure out a way to grow with the times, to kind of roll with the punches, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we got to roll with the punches, even though we don't really want to, and maybe we wish we were born in like simpler times or just easier times, right? Man, wouldn't it be good if my dad was he was a welder. He was a welder. Imagine if I was born sort of centuries ago, and maybe my dad's a blacksmith, and I'm pretty good with my hands, so wouldn't it be nice if I didn't have 1,000 different professions that I had to choose from, and I could just focus on making meat cleavers, swords, and armor? What the hell's this game is glitching out, dude? There's a spell. Lost in a trance. It's our last chance to get lost in a trance. You came here to put the past in the back seat, to put all your worries on the back burner. Just sit down, drink some tea, tap your toes, and see what happens. What kind of spell can we cast over the land? How can we cast a new enchantment? Maybe we need like an upgrade spell, you know? Like an upgrade spell. Do we need to fuse with technology somehow? Do we need like brain-machine interfaces in order to upgrade? Or can we do it just like by talking, by being in communion with one another? Do you think we're upgrading right now? What would it mean to upgrade each other's firmware? A music video is needed for this new drop. Oh shit, yeah, we gotta do a music video, man. Alright, I'm gonna get in voice chat here with Clowns so we can talk. Let me finish chat real quick. Daya says, my great-grandfather was writing in his journal in 1938 that he was overwhelmed by the information. Too much radio, too many newspapers, too many calls. Dang! In 1938. 38's a magic number. That reminds me of a... No brain machine for you? Clown says that's just called education, man. Upgrading your firmware. That's called education. Damn, son. This ain't no magical thing. Technology allows us to be exposed to an unnatural rate of information. Yes, the fire hose of information that you can barely hold on to. All right, let me jump into Discord here. Let's see what Clowns has to say. I get caught in the spell. Ooh, spooky Discord sounds. Caught in the spell. Lost. Broken down. Thoughts got too fast. Broke the barrier of sound. Daya says if I had my wish, we'd all be sitting in a living room, sipping tea together with no technology. Wouldn't it be ironic if your dream came true and we were all sitting in a room with no technology except It was the Matrix, and we were all plugged in, and it was the ultimate expression of human creativity embedded in this new great technology that we use to simulate new worlds simply by using our minds and imaginations. Wouldn't that be ironic? We're always bitching about technology. Oh, God damn, this technology, this thing's getting crazy, it's getting out of control. Where's this going to take us? Why, oh, why didn't I just take the blue pill? Clowns, where are you? I can't hear you. Is it my sound settings that are fucked? Is it me? I think it's me. Let me check my sound settings. Can anyone else hear clowns? See if that works. Does that work? Orange Hue's clown free? You don't want to be totally clown free, man. You don't want to be totally clown free. Huh, why is this not working? Let me try to reconnect. You thought you needed to be clown free, but turns out we all need a little clowning.
There we go.
Yay!
Hey, you okay, man?
Oh yeah, I'm all right, dude.
How you doing?
I'm all right. See me? I got my clown
You're
grin
no longer
on.
clown free, Orange. Sorry, you're not clown free anymore. I am now here. Hey,
Co-
Tina, how you doing?
There are clowns. The clowns have arrived. They're laughing at us.
No, they're not. No. Nobody's laughing.
The great thing about clowns is most people laugh at you behind your back. Clowns are just like they're honest, right? They'll laugh right in front of your face. They're like, look, it's funny. We're all
And
clowns.
I definitely do that.
We're all clowns here.
Do.
We're all clowns here. We're just clowning around. No reason to get down. Orange Hue, are you a juggler?
So let's announce the collab. We're gonna do it in let's do it in like 45 minutes. But let's announce now that we're telling the big news on what's going on and fill them in. And we'll play it in like 45 minutes or something. They can stick around and actually hear it. So we they came in. Some of them were expecting it. And they need to know the big news.
So Clowns and I, we've been in a circus tent together over the past few weeks, and we had this great idea. It was just a single word, a single seed, and from that beautiful seed, a beautiful musical tree grew out of it, and we did a collaboration. And Clowns is an incredible musician, and he was decent enough to hold my hand and lift me up and help me to collaborate and actually produce a full-on song, beginning to end. We wrote it together. We went back and forth, and we did some pretty cool shit. And it's out right now on Spotify. And in about 45 minutes, we will release it. Release the beast. Unleash the beast. Unchain the dogs.
Well, I think the more appropriate phrase is we're gonna just kind of roll with it and let the tide settle in and
yeah.
feel that vibe that we created. I think that's more of an appropriate term for it. I don't think we're gonna unleash the beast on them. I think we're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah, you're right. Wrong
let it out into the
metaphor.
world and let it see where it goes.
Wrong
So
metaphor.
yeah, no, no worries, no worries, no worries. You know, I'm the king of metaphors. Um, but no, Ed, I think you did a great job on it. You did an excellent job on the production with the vocals and everything, and um, yeah, we set out and we made this great track. So I'm actually really proud of it. Um, hopefully everybody's been waiting for the big announcement for what, like 2 weeks at this point. So yeah, we did a collab together, and I think it turned out great. Roy did an excellent job, and you actually get to hear him drop some bars in this. I mean, y'all are used to me dropping bars, but you're gonna see him drop some good fucking hard bars in this, and he should definitely be proud of this release. So
Arm bars, hard bars. Yeah, it was a
yeah,
workout.
you put a lot of work into this,
It was,
and I think have, you should. That's why I'm turning it over to you to announce, man. I mean, you did a great job.
did you know that Orange Hugh used to juggle a lot as a kid, but then he lost his
Did you?
balls?
I found my balls. That's how I became a clown.
I found my balls too. Hold on a second. I've got. Let me go find my balls real quick. I'll be right back. Entertain them,
All right,
Lance.
we're gonna get some juggling. Let's do this. Let's get some hype in the chat for the new song. Let's show some love to Roy for his first actual release. Um, yeah, I juggle. I'm pretty good at juggling things.
All
I
right. Of
like
course,
juggling melon.
it's not going to be easy juggling while seated, but I think we can do this. You know, a little juggling hype. Ow, Jesus. Yeah, I don't have a lot of room here, but I just knocked tea on my laptop. Uh, quick,
Oh no,
someone give me a towel here.
I want it.
I think I got a towel somewhere around here.
How you doing, Kayla? Welcome in. Philosophy. We talk a lot of philosophy. We talk technology. Talk about the brain a lot. Today we are doing a release, so welcome in. Roy and me did a collab today, or this week and the last week. Actually, it's been probably like 2.5 weeks since we started it. So your lucky day, you get to hear some music here in a little bit.
Lucky day. It's a. See, I don't want to break this, but here's my problem, clowns. Is there's been these moments in my life where I've been really excited, and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be amazing. And like I build up this event, and I get all hyped up, and then it's kind of like it's just like, that wasn't
Well,
what
that's pretty much everything.
that wasn't what
It's
I thought it was gonna
more of
be. And then I get
but this,
disappointed.
but the song's literally about that. It's about just going with it, and not kind of kind of riding those highs and sinking into those lows. So I mean, yeah, it's always going to be a letdown when you put your expectations too high. But when you're realistic about it, and I think you've been pretty realistic about it,
Yeah.
um, it it isn't even about how much hype we get for the song, anyways. It's
No, it's about
about you exploring your creativity. It's about
yeah,
us
exactly.
exploring the topic at hand, right?
Right. Right.
And getting a message out there that actually I think it's a good message to put out into the world. So the hype that you should be looking at is if one person listens to it and goes, "I never thought of it that way," then you've gotten more out of it than most singer and songwriters get out. So, and I think that's going to happen. It might not be an overnight thing. It might be an instant thing because we're releasing it here. You have a lot of people who love you that come into your stream. So, but it's not overhyping it in yourself and not pressing it too much. And I think you've done a good job keeping that under control.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying not to break the spell because I feel really proud of it when I just think about it in my own mind, and I'm like, that should be enough. But the more that I think about like releasing it to the public and having other people put their input on it, and then like thinking about it and having different eyes, and like the more that I feel like there's a chance that all of that extra observation of the thing like collapses it down and then it pops, right? Like the spell breaks as you add too many observers in without the proper context, without you taking them along that journey of like self-discovery and really understanding all the nuances and all the verses in the song and what you were trying to go for. And because there's a shitload of nuance in what we did together, and I feel like
Yeah,
most of it's probably just going to be like lost, or maybe.
I don't think it's going to be lost. It's going to be a loss on some people, but at the end of the day, like I said, you want to reach one person, and that's what you always should aim for whenever you're releasing music, anyways. As long as one person enjoys it and understands what's being said, then that should be the goal. And the thing is it is a really good song. There's a lot of nuance in it. And honestly, it's this is going to appeal to higher brow people who have intelligence, and your stream is the perfect place to premiere this because and you have some very intelligent people in. So, and yeah, there's nuance, but we also made sure that the message is clear enough that they could that hook rides them, so they can kind of get the sense that they're not looking at it in depth, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's the key to a good song. And I think we did a good job on that.
I think I asked you this. I've been thinking about, a lot about this, like spells, right? Like belief. Can we think about spell? Can we think about belief as a spell, right? When you have a strong belief and expectation about something, you're kind of under spell, right? It's the belief itself that kind of makes it a self-fulfilling prophecy a lot of the times. So I was thinking maybe we're just all magicians and we're like casting a spell on ourselves whenever we have an expectation or a strong belief in something. And sometimes those expectations are good, right? Sometimes it leads to a virtuous cycle where we actually have a lot of fun. We're like, I'm confident, and I think that I'm in a good state of mind, and I'm confident that I'm going to have fun with my friends, and I'm confident that all my viewers out there, we're gonna vibe, and we're gonna have a good time together, and it leads to this like feedback loop, this virtuous cycle, and that's a kind of spell. And that's happened a lot, in the past when I've gotten into some streams, and I'm like, yeah, dude, that was fun, that was just magical. And then something happens and it like breaks the spell. Someone says something, someone misinterprets a word, and then you get snapped out of the spell, and you're like, oh my god, I guess other people didn't see it the same way. And then once that spell is broken, you're taking their perspective. Now your expectation just flips, and then it goes into the opposite direction, a vicious cycle. And you're like, oh my god, we're failing, we're falling, the ship is sinking, everything's going wrong, how did this happen? So how do you can we become better sorcerers? Like, can we use our? I guess that's what I'm trying to do in navigating this, not getting too hyped up and not breaking the spell,
Well, the thing
controlling the
is
spell.
like the thing is with any song, and the more you do, the less important that they become. And I've done thousands of songs over the years, so I don't have that same nervous energy that you have. I don't have that same worry that you have. One of the things that I do know is that it's going to be around for a long time. Uh, it's up on multiple platforms. That is going to be sitting out there for the world to see, and uh, people are going to hear it. They're either going to like it or they're not. Uh, it's not going to be for every person out there, but it does have an appeal to it, and it's looking at the next project and hoping that that one's going to be even better. And that's where we should really be lying our focus. This is a great song. It has a great message, and we should definitely be sharing it. But as um, musicians, you should be always looking forward into your next message, your next venture.
Does that apply? Does that
And
apply to life in general?
yeah, I mean, you're always moving forward. Um, I think I like. I mean, you get stuck at points, but even when you're stuck, you're still moving. You're still moving forward, whether you like it or not. The universe does not wait for you. So, yeah, I still think that that still applies. I mean, you may not have any internal progress, but you're still progressing, whether you like it or not. You're gonna get older. You're gonna keep moving. Your views are gonna change. You're gonna get older. The world around you is gonna change. It's gonna get more complex, and at times it might even collapse around you. I mean, that's just how life is. And it's taking those moments and kind of just going with them and figuring out where you need to go next. And I think that that worry that you have is the worry I had young in my career. I think everybody has that worry, but at the end of the day, like in a year, this song is just going to be. I'm glad I did it. Now I have 15 more. You know, I think that's where it's going to be for you, and that's where a lot of people who you're just starting out, and you just have to go with it and just try to figure out where uh, you're going to end up.
All right. Um, Other news. What should we talk about? Let's give this topic a rest right now, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, you want to watch? Did you ever watch that video on perfectionism that I did,
yeah. I watched it
where I
last week
smashed
actually. Right after.
where I smashed stuff and then glued
Yeah,
it back together? Hey, what's up, Dance? How you doing, my man? Dance is in the
there we
house.
go. That man. Dance is in the house. See, we'll get some intelligent conversation from Dance out of the song.
That man will
So,
have.
yeah, I watched it. It was pretty good. I was in a hurry, so I watched it at 2 times the speed while I was trying to do a little bit production and so yeah, I did watch it, but my attention was split. I thought it was a really good video, of course.
Dance says
I
work is
died, but
killing.
I lived.
You died, but you lived. Okay, good. You okay? So you were reborn, I guess. That's how that happens. That's
Well,
how we.
he made it out of the crucible, is what he did.
Yeah, the crucible. So here, this is a good. We didn't watch it on stream, Grunjetta. Um,
But we can. Let's actually watch it. Let's do that and um, take a breather for a second. So Roy has a great YouTube channel. Guys should definitely check this out. Um, but yeah, let's give it a watch. And he has other great videos on there, and they really are thought provoking.
we'll do like a two-parter. So I'll do the first part, and then I'll take a break, and we'll talk about it, and then we'll do the second part. So grab your popcorn.
And drop a link, by the way, to your channel.
Did I? Oh man, I didn't do that. I didn't do a nightbot command for that. What a fucking noob I am. All right, let me turn off Spotify for a second. There we go. All right, if anyone has a problem with dishes shattering, like if you had a childhood trauma where a bowl got into your kitchen and smashed everything, and there's a little bit of PTSD, then you might not want to watch this intro, so turn down the volume. For the rest of you, enjoy. It was a good break.
Beautiful, isn't it, partner? It's like a symphony of destruction. What if I told you that this is an ancient Japanese art of taking something perfect that makes you feel insecure and smashing it with a hammer? You're right, I lied. But there is a related art form called kintsugi, which is taking broken ceramics, like this one, and putting it back together like Humpty Dumpty, and highlighting the fractures with gold. And many argue that the result is even more beautiful or more perfect than the original. And look, I guess I should make a confession.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mr. Royber, and I am a perfectionist. It's true.
Sometimes I can't even finish films like the ones you're watching right now because I'm always worried that it's never going to be good enough. What's that, wife? You think that maybe this art of kintsugi can help me to break down perfectionism and realize that perfection is just not realistic because it isn't practical, it isn't objective, and it isn't authentic? Huh. Well, that sounds like a thesis, partner. I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's make a film about it. Hopefully we actually finish. In a lot of situations, I am actually really thankful to be a perfectionist because it yields consistent, high quality work. And look, sometimes things need to be perfect or bad things happen, right? Have you ever heard of the Boeing 737 MAX? But as a general strategy, perfection is just not practical a lot of the time. And as I was doing this kintsugi, I thought of some examples. Do you remember doing timed 5-paragraph essays in high school? I hated these because there was always this moment of panic when the teacher would give a 5-minute warning to start wrapping things up. And I'd look down and I'd realize I was still halfway through the second paragraph. Because, look, this was my strategy for writing. Write a sentence, reread it, realize it could be better, rewrite it, rinse, repeat half a dozen times. You know, I don't ever think I actually finished one of these timed essays. And look, this caused me to fail the AP English exam. So there were consequences. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think maybe one of the problems that I have sometimes is getting tunnel vision, right? Focusing on the details and not keeping the big picture in mind. Maybe I'm not recognizing or working within practical constraints. And this sometimes causes me to fail, which is funny because I'm doing something similar right now. You see, partner, I am not doing real kintsugi. That's a lot of work, and it requires the kind of meticulous effort and perfection, ironically, to actually pull it off well. I got this instant gratification kintsugi kit, which is just super glue and gold paint. And look, that should be fine, right? Because the goal here, the big picture, is to make a film about perfectionism. But the perfectionist in me got tunnel vision. And in a quest to make a more perfect art, right, he rejected the practical constraints given to me by the kit. Superglue? That's too easy. I bet if I mixed this paint in with some epoxy, I could get a more aesthetic look. And look, that totally failed. And now I've opened this big can of worms, right, that is just distracting me from my actual goal. So I think the first lesson that I need to learn is how to start recognizing my constraints and working within them. Because perfectionism isn't always practical.
All right. Comments, thoughts. Let's take a break here. Have you ever heard of this art called kintsugi, this art form? Apparently, this is a practice in ancient Japan. I'm not sure how ancient, but when they broke pottery, what they would do is they, instead of just making a new bowl, they would repair it and they would highlight all the fractures in gold. So, a lot of us, and this is kind of a cool metaphor for how what happens when humans like make mistakes, right? So oftentimes we try to cover up our mistakes. We try to put on an appearance of perfection. We try to make sure we have no blemishes, or if we have blemishes, we cover them up with mascara or makeup, or we hide it under clothes, or if we got a big fat beer gut like I had at one point, you wear vertical stripes instead of horizontal stripes to kind of cover up our imperfections. And this art, they did the opposite, right? They kind of highlighted the cracks, the fact that it was broken. So unlike humans, in this art form, you highlight the fact that something has been broken before. And kind of counterintuitively, you get this beautiful art form it's cool because of its imperfections, right? The imperfections and the cracks within it, and the fact that it has been healed, gives you maybe highlights the fact that it has gone through a journey. It's an old soul. It has battle scars. So I think that's pretty cool. Tina Dolly feels called out. Why is that? Dan says, hot take. Perfection is either necessity or obsession. Anything else is vanity. It's either necessity or obsession. Anything else is vanity. So it's either necessity, obsession, or vanity, because you got three things there. Maybe obsession is maybe obsession is kind of, I don't know, maybe it doesn't have to be vanity. Most of my
obsession usually sorry, obsession usually comes from vanity. It's that wanting to know everything or wanting to control everything. It comes from one of those two things.
Yeah, I mean, I think all those things are related, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, but necessity. I don't think it comes out of necessity. I think obsession or vanity is a good way to put it. But I don't think it's out of necessity. Perfectionism is one of those that really comes from those who obsess.
Well, a lot of times it's good, right? Like in engineering fields, right? Like
it can be.
I brought up the Boeing 747 Max, right? Because, or you look at the O-rings in the Challenger disaster or something like that, right? Like engineering, if you've got a lot at stake, sometimes things have to be perfect. They have to
But
work
you're wrong,
perfect.
Dan.
So it's good to
But
have
you're wrong, Dan. Sorry, I want to argue with Dan for a second. I haven't argued
what?
with him in like a week.
Okay,
You're wrong there.
wait,
It
wait.
isn't necessary in rockets and or nuclear power stations. Um, they all come with a degree of error to every part in there. It's much smaller than everything else, but there is no such thing as perfect. We like to think that there is, but there isn't. Sorry, I disagree.
So
There's no such thing as perfect.
yeah. So you establish tolerance,
Yes.
tolerances.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you
It,
establish tolerances.
it's much smaller than a lot of other fields, but you're not going to be perfect. Never.
Hmm. All right.
So that would be my argument there.
What do you
Go
think
on.
about that?
Sorry.
What do you think about that, Dance? Um, yeah, so okay, a lot of the times it's just not practical. So I have this problem with a lot of my stuff where in my English class, my English teacher always told me I was really good writer, and she always pushed me to like get into writing. And then I had a creative writer that told me the same thing. But I told them I was like I can't do it because I can't produce anything because I just get tunnel vision and I focus on trying to perfect every single sentence and like I can't be productive at this rate. I'm just not going to produce anything because of my obsession. And they told me that simultaneously that was one of the reasons that I would become great eventually, but yes, it was is a problem in not recognizing practical constraints. And I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't change my mindset. Even when I was doing timed essays for the AP English exam, I should have passed the AP English exam with flying colors, but I would spend so long obsessing over every sentence that my time would run out before I'd finished 2 paragraphs out of the 5. Diamanthia says, in my opinion, perfection is pushing all cognitive dissonance aside. Forget the bothersome conflicts that afflict me, and aspire the illusion of perfection in one field to forget everything else. Interesting. So
I like that.
you
I
think
like
it
that.
you think it could be a form of like escape, trying to escape into
Escapism?
something. Forget the
Escapism, yeah.
forget the bothersome conflictions that afflict me. Yeah, maybe that's true for myself as well. Dance says perfection isn't the extra mile, it is overwhelming among resources for an already more than adequate outcome, unless it is by necessity, or you can't help yourself obsession, then it is to satisfy your vanity. But what if you don't know what the margin of error is? Like, what if you're trying to, um, what if you're trying to, like for you clowns, when you're creating a song, um,
Okay.
if your goal was like to create the best selling song or album ever, would you
Okay.
adjust your tolerances? Would you go in and be like, okay, well, normally I'm like I pretty much use the 80/20 rule, and I'm like 80% is pretty much you get a lot out of it, and then from there you get kind of
Yep.
diminishing returns in the amount
Yeah.
that of work that you start put in. So normally I would do the 80/20 rule, but now because I have this specific goal of having the best selling going triple platinum or whatever your metric is, I'm going to adjust that tolerance and I'm going to put a lot more into it. Maybe I'm going to do 95/5 or something. Like maybe I'm going to really push
Now,
it.
normally what I end up doing is I'll spend, I'll do, I normally when I write a song, I do, the first pass is real quick, then I do a second pass, and I fine tune um, the metaphors and fine tune the arc of whatever I'm doing, and then I do one more pass after that, and then I set out to start recording. If I'm putting out something that is important to me, I'll do an extra 2 steps. I'll go through it again and try to look at it from a different angle and see if I can reapproach it. Um, and then the next approach that I will be to fine tune that new approach. And so I don't look for hit records, but what I look for is how am I trying to move this piece forward? I think it's insane to think you're gonna because your song isn't gonna become triple platinum because you wrote it a particular way. A lot of people think that. Triple platinum is all about marketing, tricking everybody into listening to your stuff. If I want it to be triple platinum, then we're talking about a whole nother area. It's not about the writing. It's not even about the music. The music can be absolute ass and still go triple platinum. It's all about marketing at that point. And
Or
so,
sometimes capturing a zeitgeist.
yeah,
Sometimes
kind of.
is it about tapping into the sort of trends and the sort of energy and the vibe that's
You
just
can,
the
yeah.
collective
And
subconscious, just getting lucky, striking it. Just you tuned
most of the
in and
time, it is about getting lucky. There, there's moods that flow through everybody's country. There's moods that flow through the world, and you strike when it's just right, and that mood is just there. You can have ridiculously bad songs hit really well. Um, so when writing it, it's not about to get to that triple platinum. You it's that goal that defines what you need to focus in on. So when I'm writing, it's not the goal to be triple platinum. When I'm writing it, it's about touching the type of person that song's aimed at. The, the aim for triple platinum is all about marketing. It's all about getting it out in front of audiences, getting them to listen to it, um, and then promoting like crazy. So
okay,
in this sense, the perfectionism has to shift from the writing over to the marketing if that's the way the goal is.
gotcha.
So understanding uh, what you're doing actually plays a big role in what you're doing.
Right.
So
So
you can be the most
mobilize
brilliant writer on
resources.
yeah, you can be the most brilliant writer on the planet and be unread. I've seen some brilliant writers who, dude, their stuff's to be read by everybody, but it just gets swallowed up because they don't know how to market themselves. They don't know how to promote themselves. They don't know how to talk about what they're doing. They don't know. Uh, they're not good at communication, even though they're writers. And it's just like, how can you be a writer and not good at communication? But they're not good at the PR end of it. They're good at communication. They're just not good at marketing,
I think
which is a
that's
whole nother.
I think that's my
Uh,
problem. So yeah, let's talk about that. So it is
yeah,
kind of a strange paradox, right? Because you've got people where their whole thing is communicating. So musicians, writers, artists, I mean, that's their whole deal. They're focused in on a kind of communication. But then there's this sort of commercial communication which feels kind of disingenuous, to I think
it is. It really is.
to a lot of artists, and so they kind of like they don't like doing that aspect of it because it feels like, it feels fake or it feels phony or you just um, tapping into resources, using money to project information out there, like disseminate works to people, whether or not they want to listen to it. I don't know. It's just, I guess I really kind of broke down at that stage too, because I have a lot of videos and I could do more marketing. I just don't because it doesn't interest me, right? It's like I'd rather communicate the importance of the message and like but then I kind of shoot myself in the foot because that's something that I ought to focus on, because if no one listens to the message, then if my goal was to communicate something special, then it just happens in the dark. And then it might as well did it, it's a tree that falls in the forest if anyone's there, or if no one's there. Does it make a difference? Psych for Games is in here. What's up, fellow humans?
Yeah,
What's up,
and
Psych for Games?
that's the thing that oh, that's the thing that I notice a lot of people fail at. And this is why you see a lot of people who they feel like they're always falling behind. It's because they're lacking understanding of where they're heading and what needs to be done to push what their overall goal was to be, right? And that's where, like, on your videos are great. I've watched a lot of your videos. They're absolutely great. We've had a lot of discussions on a lot of them, and we push them forward. You have a great Twitch channel, and it's moving forward. But yeah, the marketing aspect of it, yeah, it doesn't interest you. You think that time will slowly get you there, and it can, and absolutely can. But it's all about luck, right? And taking advantage of those moments whenever it does explode.
Yeah.
So you may lack the understanding or the language of um, PR and marketing, but it doesn't mean you can't get success without it, because you can. But I think overthinking it sometimes can shoot you in the foot too. As I've seen a lot of people who will flood their stuff everywhere, and all it does is make people not want to watch their stuff.
Yeah.
So there is a fine balance.
I guess
So, and it's learning what it is.
I guess the way that I see it is if it's valuable, if it's something that people find real value in, then they will be motivated to share it and give me like positive feedback on it. So if there's so I kind of think, I just hope that it's like it spreads like a grassroots type of thing where good messages naturally once they find receptive audiences, then let it grow naturally, right? Organically. And I tried to push
Yeah.
it, I've tried to push some videos using Google AdSense, and I paid like, one time I spent like $500 pushing a video and defining the audience, like targeted ads and stuff. And honestly, it got a little bit like a tiny conversion rate, but it didn't really do much, right? It just wasn't that effective. And I tried to like fine tune all the variables, and like I did quite a bit of work trying to figure out what my target audience was, and I was just like, dude, I hate this. This is stupid. Why can't I just make? Why can't I just have great ideas? Why can't they just spread naturally? So Psych for Games says, oh, Dia says, if I get this thing to be perfect, then I achieve a measure of control in my micro universe. This is coming from a person who was seriously plagued by guilt and shame, but did the best to prove to myself that I wasn't just a worthless piece of shit. Question: in one's quest for perfection, is one's quest for perfection only chasing external validation? I kind of feel like that's a big part of my quest for perfection, actually, because I'm plagued by trying to please other people, I think. It's not so bad anymore. I think that I've had to confront this quite a bit, but for a long time I was kind of plagued by trying to please everybody all the time, and I think that yeah, I needed like my quest for perfection was a quest to get positive validation from basically everybody. Um, so I don't know, but I definitely feel some of that. Recovery from my first migraine aura. Holy shit, psych. I'm sorry, dude. Are you doing all right? Migraines are a bitch. I've never had them, thankfully, but my wife gets them all the time, and yeah, they're totally crushing, totally incapacitating. Dance says could be to chase self-validation. Imposter syndrome is a bitch. Chasing and maintaining perfection could do wonders for mental health at times. Chasing and maintaining perfection could do wonders for mental health at times. You're better today. I didn't know how much energy they took. So that was your first migraine. Dang. What do you think caused it? Do you have any idea? A lot of the times, migraines, um, at least when we went to the doctor for my wife's migraines, her physician was just like, yeah, we just don't have a lot of great data about migraines. Like we just don't know there's no one single cause, and we don't have great like diagnostic tools to figure out and like treat migraines. Like some things we're really great at, like, you know, if you need a surgery, if you need a knee surgery or something, like, yeah, we can fix that. But things like migraines, a little bit more nebulous and hard to understand. So yeah, hopefully you're feeling better. I made a video about perfection, so we just watched the first part of it. So
Yeah, let's get into the second part now.
let's check out the second part. So just a real quick refresher. There's this Japanese art called kintsugi where you break stuff like a porcelain pot, and then you repair it by highlighting the cracks in gold. And the repaired piece is almost more beautiful than the original. But that beauty captures the fact that there was a breakage, there was a crisis point, there was a history of that artifact, and it survived it, right? So I think that's a really good metaphor to think about our lives sometimes. Um,
Here's a thought experiment. What does the perfect key look like? It's a meaningless question, right? Without more context. What are you trying to unlock? And since we're all trying to unlock different doors in life, perfection, the perfect key, is going to look different for all of us. So perfection is not objective. Let's do some more kintsugi. So, why am I perfectionist? I'm guessing some of it has to be genetic because both of my parents show similar patterns of behavior. But some psychologists think that another major factor is the fear of being rejected by our peers. And I think that could be true in my case. I definitely feel this strong desire to satisfy everyone. Here's an embarrassing fact. For the first 3 years of high school, I didn't have a single girlfriend. And it wasn't because I didn't want one. I was friends, or I tried to be friends, with just about everyone. And every day during lunch, I would hang out with a different clique. Right? The band geeks, the stoners, the jocks, the science nerds, even the kids who played Magic the Gathering. I liked them all. Each group was like a beautiful flower, and I'd fly from one to another like a carefree butterfly. Only it wasn't so carefree, because I came to realize that it didn't matter who you were. There was always someone somewhere talking smack about you behind your back. And look, maybe I felt like I just couldn't make this major life decision, like having a girlfriend, when I knew exactly who I was going to disappoint. You see what happens, partner? I try to be friends with all of you, and I just become this neurotic mess. So here's a rhetorical question. Is there such thing as a perfect boyfriend or girlfriend? How long should I wait around for one to come by? So after experimenting with these two different techniques, I decided that I liked this one better. My wife, on the other hand, liked this one. So which one should I use on the next piece? Well, the perfectionist in me is telling me, well, why don't you just spend the next 30 minutes being indecisive, right? Or better yet, sleep on it. Forget about it, partner, right? There is no perfect solution. Just like there is no perfect high school girlfriend. So I might as well just pick the one that I like best. And so I think that the fear of rejection, right, the fear of disappointing other people can have this paralyzing effect on me sometimes. And so the second lesson that I really need to learn is that I truly cannot please everyone, because perfection is not objective. You know, I think the
Psych for Games says, I think random, to be honest, could be pressure change, water. I don't know, so many factors. Yeah, random. Yeah, like what goes into you're talking about the migraine causes. Yeah. And you love kintsugi, you know the art form? Yeah, that's cool. Dias says one may put out the greatest work of humanity, but would still have to consider their audience. I believe half of the US reads below sixth grade level. It gets lost in the noise, the equivalent of throwing pearls to pigs. I prefer that I get sincere feedback from one trusted figure in my life. Yeah, yeah, it was a problem, you know. It's like a lot of us strive to have great reach, to be like the Uber influencers, because I don't know, one of the narratives here in the West at least is that success is being popular, like popularity is one metric of success, especially in the in the YouTube, Facebook, social media, Instagram world of likes, right? Because that's really the metric that is visible to people. So we've got this problem where, a whole generation believes that the most likes, the most views is actually good metric for quality. That literally what quality content is something that reaches the most people, has the most views. And yeah, I think that's probably not an ideal metric for any of us to really think about. Psyched for Games says, I think Maslow would argue the best people are not perfect, but they are perfectly themselves. Interesting. I've not heard that before. Perfectly themselves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That gets another question though, it's like the self is always changing. So it's like, what does it mean to be perfectly ourselves? Maybe in every moment, right? If we're being guided more and more by our, um, what is it? There's a difference between external motivations and internal motivations. There's two phrases. I forget what those phrases are. Maybe you can remind me, Psych for Games. It's like internal motivating, endogenous motivation help me out here. You know what I'm trying to say, clowns? There's two phrases.
Uh,
Intrinsic
I missed half the conversation.
intrinsic versus extrinsic
Oh,
motivation. That's what it is.
yeah, and
Intrinsic versus
yeah.
extrinsic. So if we're living our lives motivated intrinsically, maybe we're living our authentic selves. And even though we're constantly changing because we're being moved internally, we're constantly becoming our authentic self, rather than being pushed by external forces that are kind of trying to pull us in, right? They're trying to hook us and get us to do things for other people. Dan says the
Yeah, that's why
greatest.
it's good to always set.
Sorry, say that again, Klaus.
That's the thing. I think it's always good to set limits for yourself, so you don't chase an endless cycle of perfection. Uh, and I do that in my field. As I've gotten more skilled over time, I can put less and less effort in to get the same results. But I put limits on myself. I don't try. Like once I release something away from it, I've written it out and it's ready to record. I walk away from the writing process. I might change it a little bit as how flow works. Sometimes you have to change stuff on the cup and be like, okay, this just works better. But for the most part, when the writing's done, the writing's done. I don't try to remap the arcs or whatever and try to change new messages. So setting limits on yourself so you're not caught in these cycles that are just forever repeating is always a good thing. And that's what I think you need to learn to do. So you're not always chasing perfection. Anyways, go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, thank you. So Dan says the greatest work of humanity must fit the audience or compel the audience to grow in order to deepen understanding of it. Yeah, so we got to. Yeah, that's interesting. We have to, and this was kind of something that I was torn between because I wanted to make sort of educational videos about the brain, but I saw the sort of direction of social media and kind of the race towards attention, right? And I saw all of these different speed editing tools and tricking the brain that, you know, is constantly looking for novelty to get it to stay tuned in. And I even, you know, like I even started doing sort of clickbaity thumbnails and changing the titles of videos to try to compete with all of that
Other
weapon
noise.
psychological weaponry, I guess. It's like a
Yeah.
psychological arms race. And so for me, it was like, God, I feel like it's a necessary evil, right? But I really would rather it not be that way. So we're kind of like in this crazy situation where we have to use like these social media platforms, which are fundamentally sort of against truth and against like rational thinking, to try to somehow teach people to be better rational thinkers. It's a total like catch 22, I think. I don't know. Any response to that, Psych for Games? You study social media. You probably have a good. Uh, is it psychological warfare? I think it is. All right. Well, let's check out the last part of our. Unless you have a comment on that, clowns or dance. It isn't an arms race. It's a grind. Psych for Games says psychological warfare. All right. Let's check out the final part of this video. Perfectionism. Why is perfectionism not only not practical and not objective, perhaps it's also not authentic?
Best part about this whole process so far is that it helps you to kind of disentangle these two concepts, beauty and perfection. They're not the same thing, right? Because we always want beauty, don't we? But we don't
I think
always
we're
want
dancing,
perfection.
Mom.
And I think that's because it's just not authentic. Here in Washington state, there are these beautiful forests, but I've never accused one of being too beautiful. On the other hand, we also have acres and acres and acres of man made forests where every tree is planted at the perfect interval apart and each one grows perfectly straight and perfectly symmetrical. And I remember the first time I drove by one of these, I felt really uneasy. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone or Minecraft or SimCity. I thought to myself, that forest is just too perfect. You're suspect, forest. And I think this also applies to people, right? I mean, sure, we all want to look like a beautiful celebrity, but do we trust those people? No. Listen, lady, there are parts of your body that are just way too perky for a woman your age. And you are trying way too hard to sell me that toaster. I don't trust you. I don't trust your pyramid schemes. I don't trust your magic bracelets. And I sure as shit don't trust your app that claims it can teach my cat to use the toilet. Because some things are just too good to be true. Why am I trying to be one of these people? Help me think about this, partner. I think perfectionism, right, the need to appear perfect in front of the people around us, might be a self-defeating proposition, right? Because if one of my major goals is to be loved and admired and accepted by everyone around me, and they actually prefer natural beauty, right, authenticity to perfection, then shouldn't I actually highlight some of these cracks, these faults, like in this owl, that signal to them indefinitely?
Did I say indefinitely? I meant definitively.
Some of these faults that signal to those around me that I am a human being and not a fucking robot. And yet, I try to cover all of them up. So, I don't know, but maybe the third lesson that I need to learn is that perfection is not always what people want. because it's just not authentic. Perfectionism has its benefits, but it doesn't seem like it's a good general strategy for life. And I waste a lot of time trying to make so many things perfect that just don't need to be. Right? Did I need to repark the car 2 extra times to be more parallel? Is spending another 10 minutes on my hair going to make a more convincing film about the perils of perfectionism? For me, the real beauty in this kintsugi process was coming to the realization that perfection doesn't map onto reality. It's not practical, it's not objective, and it's not authentic. So I hope this has been helpful for you. And I don't know if it's going to cure my perfectionism, but the next time I get stuck in this mindset, I'm going to try to ask myself these 3 questions. 1, is perfection within my constraints? 2, will it please everyone? And 3, is it what people actually want? And if the answer is no, partner, I just need to act, right? Because it would be a crying shame if I just never reached those big goals that I've set for myself. All because I got fixated on the wrong thing, right? Or just got paralyzed with fear, or just went off chasing some impossible standard and just ran out of time.
Just ran out of time. Sometimes I crack myself up. Psych for Games says,
No. Go ahead.
oh, Psych for Games says, perfection is cold, smooth, and closed. Perhaps people resist religion or science when they appear flawless, not because they hate truth, but because they sense there's no room left for their fingerprints on it. Ah, that's an intriguing thought, Psych for Games.
Actually, it's pretty.
Very intriguing, man. I like that a lot.
It's a little bit insightful.
Yeah, a little bit insightful, man. Fuck yeah. Dance says perfection isn't truth. Surely.
Nope.
Diamanthia says, what did you want me to call you again? Sorry. I was wondering what chat considers perfection. I mean real life examples. Real life examples.
That smile.
Which smile? The clown smile?
We're just gonna put it that smile. We're just gonna put that smile as perfection.
Yeah, that smile. Anyone's smile. As long as it's authentic. Is it maybe authenticity? It's kind of a weird. We kind of turn. Perfection is kind of like infinity, isn't it? It's like something that's not really. It's not really achievable. Yeah, it's like a horizon that you, something that you point to, but it's not really an actual thing or.
Well, you have to know what perfection is to get to it, and that's the thing. We don't know what it is.
Yeah. All right. Oh,
all right.
Stop
let's do
that.
the song.
You ready to drop the song?
Yeah, let's drop the song. I think they've waited long enough. And you'll see that we let go of perfection in this, and I think it still turned out pretty good. I think it's within the tolerance.
It's got a tolerance?
Yeah, I think it's within it.
All right. I gotta find it. Where is it? Oh, by the way, how do I claim my Spotify artist name? I tried to, and then it didn't.
I'll talk to you about it after we get done.
Okay.
I'll send you a message and walk you through it.
Yeah, I tried to claim it, and it didn't even show up. It asked me to claim DJ Mr. Rogers. There's someone up there that's DJ Mr. Rogers. All right, this is not. Where is it? I had it. It was here. Now it's gone. Guess I can just search for it. It's gone. No, it's not. I misspelled it. There it is.
I put it in your Twitch channel.
All right, you ready? Who's ready for this? Dance is cooking an Indian curry without burning the spices. I think you're supposed to burn the spices. I guess you're not supposed to burn the spices. Oh, Yosemite is perfect? Yosemite, that's a good example. A feat of perfection I'm familiar with is baking drunk and still tastes great fully sober. Baking drunk? Drunk cooking? Drunk baking? And then waking up and being like, this was still good. That's the perfect experience for you? Nice. All right. It's time to ebb and flow, everybody. You ready for this? We're on Spotify. Get hyped. Let me see some hype in chat. Clowns and Mr. Roybert, we got together. We had some brain sex. And we made a song. Let's hit it. Let's make sure we can hear it. Oh my God. All right. We're going to turn it up first. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. My bad. All right. There we go.
Listen up. There comes a time in life when you stop fighting and give up control. You know what I'm saying? Just let the tides take me, drift away, because here, in the eye of the storm, I can see everything. Chaos, consciousness, hope, love, peace.
Be cast deep in H2O, belief in ocean, molecules roll. Particles crash through any of you know. Math can't master or predict the flow. Blank board waits, no eraser release. We scrawl our theorems just to chase degrees. We regulate fields with a master key. Born from the hunger for mastery. We struggle and strive, still playing the fool. But a bottle of lightning won't strike the pool. The seasons keep shifting from warm to cool. And still they insist we stay in school. Don't stop or go. Undulate deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past don't seem to hold nothing incremental to live with the soul. So where do we go?
Still carve water like I'm chiseling stone. Sit like a martyr with the fishing old throne. E-sick and missile finds meaning mode. Minimax dreams detonate and explode. Visions of bombs turn to fractions of gold. Scattered and shattered, I'm splintering bone. Broken script written in dust of a tome. Scribble inscriptions, etchament poem.
Do we ever let go? Fundamental rhythm in the undertow. Man always tries to decode the glow, but no other instrument ever knows.
Chanting and churning, I'm turning the midnight, I'm burning, eternally burning the oil. Driven the wind and I'm spinning the wheel and the feeling is feelings, trouble and toil. Bursting the bubble, combusting the barrel, I'm bending the metal, I'm breaking the coil. Cutting the cauldron, I'm cooking the creature, the beaker is bringing the frog to a boil. Picking the stick in the finger, it's each of the preacher curriculum core. Mapping and marking, I'm constantly guarding my path at safari and charting the shore. Sinking the ship of perception and failing to find to be open the doors. Finding and burning, my body is scarring, a birth of returning, my only reward.
Don't pull me from dreams, I'm lost in this story. Regrets just rhythm, I'm sorry, not sorry. Clock hits dawn, my shadows start forming. Crash then reboot, system transforming. Flow, it's not optional. Undulating deep in the undertow. Rhythm moves fast, that's how we roll. Solo can't steal what the spirit stole. Cycles of road, relapse in the dust. Corrupted by numbers, I trust you too much. Fight the ego till my circuits combust. See my fiction to collapse and disgust. Logic fractured, burst in the storm. Pieces got scattered on the circuit board. Drifting, reflecting the hum of the swarm. Merging the waters of a new wave forms. I was never free. The current took me back. The function of the way is my own collective and flow. Can we ever let go? Wonder is a rhythm in the undertow. Man, always wanna try to capture the code. No words supposed to make you feel the glow in the glow. No stop or go. Undulating deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past never seems to hold. Nothing incremental to deliver the soul. Nothing left to hold, just let go.
All right.
Well, I think we should hear from them. What do they think?
Yeah. And then we'll have a philosophical we'll do interpretations, philosophical interpretations. We should show them the lyrics, actually. I don't see the lyrics here. Do the lyrics show up on Spotify? They don't, do they?
No, they don't. I sent them to you, so you should have them.
Dias says, I liked it. Unexpected. Unexpected. That's good. Don't want to be too predictable here. It's a recipe for mediocrity, being too predictable. My boys Beavis and Butthead memes. Tina says totally rocked. Sweet. Tina liked it. Psyched says the tea looks good. Might need to brew me some this evening. Definitely do it, man. Etiquette and ritual. That's what this stream is all about. The tea really is not. It's not what's in the tea. It's the ritual of it. It's the etiquette. It's the.
Well, as you can see, Roy.
Can we have a second view?
They seem to like it. And your worry was unwarranted. It's a good song. And I think it can spur some good conversation in the stream, for sure. One of his biggest concerns is the message would get lost. And that people wouldn't understand it. So I think we should talk about that, and let's see if they agree with you on that. So Roy did the initial art for it, and I fine-tuned it. And then it was just a back and forth from that point on, working on a lot of bars. But the original concept was Roy's. So if you want to talk them through what you were thinking when you were freestyling and as we were developing it, that would be, I think, they'd be interested in hearing that.
I don't know. It's stemmed out of. I'm just trying to figure out and flesh out a new kind of personal philosophy for myself. How should I behave? How should I think? How should I act in every single moment, such to get the most out of life? And we've been talking about how specific words and language can spark a whole song or spark a whole train of thought, right? It could be a seed that grows into something interesting. And so we've been starting to send each other just single words that we find compelling. And that song stemmed out of a single word. Anyone want to guess what the word was in chat? A single word that encapsulates that entire song. I don't know. Maybe there's enough in there to prime the seed. Um, but so the word was. Anyone want to guess? Dance, you want to guess? Maybe eloquence classes to maximize communication efficiently. Eloquence classes, almost, man. It's like freestyle rap classes. Not really eloquence, but I mean, you can be eloquent when you're in your flow. Ebb and flow is not the word. The word was undulate. Undulation? Was it undulate or undulation?
It's undulation.
Undulation, yeah. So that entire song came from the word undulation. And undulation, right? You think about the tides, you think about waves, and everything kind of grew out of that concept. And it kind of, reminded me of the concept of Wu Wei, where you try to you try to go with the flow, right? You don't have to swim against the tides. You don't have to struggle against these chaotic currents that are more or less out of your control. There are ways in which you can move with these chaotic currents such that you don't hurt yourself or other people, and you don't even necessarily have to sacrifice too much. So, holy shit.
All right.
Damn, we got a raid. We're gonna have to. I don't know. We're gonna have to play the song again, maybe. Cartoon raid.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
up?
gonna jump out though. I gotta go do something. I'll be back before your stream ends. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
But yeah,
Take
definitely
care.
play for them again. Enjoy. Have fun. I'll be back.
Thanks for the raid, man. What are you guys doing? Cartoon therapy? That sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. I've never heard of you. I'll have to check you out. How was your stream? What have you guys been talking about? We've been talking about spells, being stuck in a spell, and breaking old spells by casting new spells. I'm Mr. Roybert. For all of you, I am kind of just an armchair amateur philosopher. I went to UC Berkeley and got an undergraduate in cognitive science, so I'm a huge brain guy. But I'm not a specialist in any field. I'm kind of a jack of all trades. So if you ask me for like very specific, a bunch of string of very specific facts, I have trouble producing those. But I kind of try to be like a bird and soar over the earth and kind of look down from a big overview perspective, and kind of try to see the forest instead of the trees a lot of the time. So we just released good timing. My buddy Clowns and I just released my very first song on Spotify, because I had a midlife crisis when I was 42 years old. I think it was 42 years old. I had a midlife crisis, and I was like, God damn, I think I should have been a rapper. I woke up one day, I was like, God damn it, I think I should have been a rapper. And so for the last 2 years, I've kind of been practicing. I haven't had any real expectations about it. I've just been freestyling in the car, in the shower. I'm pretty embarrassed about it most of the time. But then I met this guy, Clowns. He's an amazing musician, and we got together, and he's like, "Dude, I'll turn you into a rapper. Don't worry." And he wrote a music track for me, and we collaborated on a song. So, God damn, you guys! Cartoon Therapy says I'm an animator and former social worker. This week we've been talking about fear and avoidance. Awesome, awesome. Fear. That's the crux of the human condition right now. The crux. It all comes down to fear, right? The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. It is fear itself that we ought to be afraid of. And the more that we can learn to live life in a state of unfear, maybe we we can be our better selves. And funny enough, right, when I try to get into a flow state, when I try to freestyle rap, that's the exact exercise. It's training myself not to be afraid of making mistakes. It's training myself to just try to listen to the music. Don't prejudge anything. Don't be worried about whether or not it's going to sound stupid or ridiculous. Right? That's all fear. That's the default mode network, the inner critic that tells you that you should censor your thoughts, you should censor your feelings, you should censor your voice. To reach a flow state, higher states of consciousness, you have to somehow squash the fear. So yeah, we're going to definitely check you guys out. That sounds like a great stream, a great theme for a stream, a stream theme. It's a great stream theme. Are spells related to addiction? Absolutely. Absolutely. We like birds. I love birds, man. You're like a bird, you only fly away. Like if someone is easily put under a spell, would they be likely to be susceptible to addiction? Ah, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I gotta play my song before. See, I gotta strike while the iron's hot. You guys, let me know what you think. All right, I'm gonna play the song again for all the raiders that just showed up. Tell me what you think. Okay, brand new song, my first song ever on Spotify. I'm not a professional freestyle rapper, but I did my best. So you can hear that the other musician, he's kind of more of the singer person, and I did more of the rapping. So you'll be able to tell us apart. All right, check it out. And then I'll get back to you, chat.
Listen up. There comes a time in life when you stop fighting and give up control. You know what I'm saying? Just let the tides take me, drift away. 'Cause here, in the eye of the storm, I can see everything. Chaos, consciousness, hope, love, peace.
Be cast deep in H2O. Belief in ocean, molecules roll. Particles crash through any of you know. Math can't master or predict the flow. Blank board waits, no eraser release. We scrawl our theorems just to chase degrees. We regulate fields with a master key. Born from the hunger for mastery. We struggle and strive, still playing the fool. But a bottle of lightning won't strike the pool. The seasons keep shifting from warm to cool. And still they insist we stay in school. Don't stop or go. Undulate deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past don't seem to hold nothing. So where do we go? Hey.
Still carve water like I'm chiseling stone. Sit like a martyr with the fishing old throne. Ye seek and miss finds mean and mode. Minimax dreams detonate and explode. Visions of bombs turn to fractions of gold. Scattered and shatter, I'm splintering bone. Broken script written in dust and baton. Scribble inscriptions, etch your mid-poem.
Do we ever let go? Fundamental rhythm in the undertow. Man always tries to decode the glow, but no other instrument ever knows.
Chanting and churning, I'm turning the midnight inferno, eternally burning the boil. Driven the wind and I'm spinning the wheel, and the feeling is feelings, trouble and toil. Bursting the bubble, combusting the barrel, I'm bending the metal, I'm breaking the coil. Cutting the cauldron, I'm cooking the creature, the beaker is bringing the frog to a boil. Picking the stick and the finger at each of the preacher curriculum core. Mapping and marking, I'm constantly guarding my path at safari and charting the shore. Sinking the ship of perception and failing to find, I'll be open the door. Spawning and burning, my body is scarring, a birth of returning, my only reward.
Don't pull me from dreams, I'm lost in this story. Regrets just rhythm, I'm sorry, not sorry. Clock hits dawn, my shadows start forming. Crash and reboot, system transforming. Hey. Ho. Ho. Inflow, it's not optional. Undulating deep in the undertow. Rhythm moves fast, that's how we roll. Solo can't steal what the spirit stole. Cycles of road, relapse in the dust. Corrupted by numbers, I trust you too much. Fight the ego till my circuits combust. In my fiction, the collapse and disgust. Logic fractured, burst in the storm. Pieces got scattered on the circuit board. Drifting, reflecting the hum of the swarm. Merging the waters in the new wave forms. I was never free. The current took me back. The function of the way is my own collapse. Ebb and flow. Can we ever let go? Fundamental rhythm in the undertone. Man, always wanna try to capture the code. No words of wisdom make you feel the glow in the flow. No stop or go. Undulating deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past never seems to hold. Nothing incremental to deliver the soul. Nothing left to hold. Just let go.
All right, chat. Hope you guys like that. That was, I mean, it's pretty big for me. I did, so you probably recognize, I was kind of I did the second verse and the third verse. Clowns, he'll come back. He was a guest speaker earlier. He did all the instrumentals. He's an incredible musician. He's like a savant. I don't know how he does this. Like, he's an incredible musician. All the drums, the guitar, the piano, and then he also did the vocals, the chorus, the first verse, and the last verse. So he did verse 1 and 4. I did verse 2 and 3. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it, man. It's like, it's cool, you know. I was trying to capture the whole Wu Wei thing, like, you know, kind of go with the tides, go in and out, just flow, capture a wave. There's a lot of surfing references in there. There was some quantum physics references in there. The function of the wave is my own collapse. I don't know if you guys caught that. Some good stuff in there, right? There's a lot of references to our inability of like math, the limits of knowledge and science to actually understand concepts like consciousness and chaos and stuff like that. So a lot of cool stuff. So hope you guys liked it. Let me see. So it's called Ebb and Flow. You can see it's in Spotify now if any of you want to check it out. It's called Ebb and Flow. Clowns is the musician. His name is Clowns in Hollyweird. So let me get back. Whispering Greed said a long time ago that he loves the quote, "Your fear of looking stupid is holding you back." Absolutely, 100%. 100%, man. Fear is OP. Love fearlessly. Ooh, I like that. Do you know that Snoop Dogg made a positive affirmation song? I didn't know that. I would love to. Did he make a music video of that? I would actually love to check that out. Dang. So we could talk about addiction, and because someone talked about addiction and spells. Addiction and spells. Yeah, are we more susceptible to spells if we have like an addictive personality? Yeah, I think so. I mean, the addiction is the spell, I think, right? The addiction is the spell. I made a video about this actually. I feel like, so they seem related, X21, X23 says. I feel like a modern day spell is addiction. Yeah. How are we defining spells here? Exactly, Saline. You're asking the right question. How are we defining a spell? I made a video on this. I have a YouTube channel. If you want to, I made some brain science channels, and the video is called "How to Cast a Good Habit Spell." So I feel like maybe they are spells as a sort of metaphorical understanding, probably is related to addiction. And we just watched a video about me trying to get over my perfectionism so that I can actually get more stuff done. But here's another video. So get your popcorn real quick and let me know what you think. this is kind of about, this video is kind of about placebo effects as a kind of sort of quasi-magical thing that we could leverage to our advantage. So here, check it out. Grab your tea, grab your popcorn, and enjoy.
This New Year's, as you gaze up at the fireworks cast by your local magicians, you may be overcome by a profound sense of optimism for the future. And that warm, fuzzy feeling may compel you to make yet another resolution. How will you ever follow through? Magic, that's how. Partner, today I'm going to teach you how to jumpstart a new habit by casting a spell. And you won't even need a wand.
I put a spell on you.
You'll first need a vessel, like this mason jar. Write your goal down on a small strip of paper, not some ancient language, English is fine, and light it on fire. The chemical reaction will transmogrify those words and intentions into a protective aura that will imbue anything that you put into your jar, like vitamin gummy C's, or almonds, or candy corn. Finally, you'll need to seal that power. On another strip of paper, draw a symbol related to your goal, and on the other side, label it so you don't get it mixed up with your other magic pills, obviously.
Stop the things you do.
Next, you'll need to create a sacred space by gathering up all the tools that you'll need to engage in your new activity. No assembly required, partner. You need to walk up and be able to perform the activity immediately. And it helps to decorate the space a little bit.
What's up? I ain't lying.
It's time to get serious. To perform the sacred ritual, remove a single pill and pop it into your mouth. And as you chew it, feel the delicious flavors infuse your mouth with hope and intentionality. Now, without hesitation, grab your phone and start a timer for 20 minutes. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, walk directly to your sacred space, and begin working on your goal until the timer is up.
Warning, by taking a magic pill, you are entering into a sacred contract. Should you fail to honor any of the terms of this agreement, your spell will be null and void.
I can't stand.
Why does the spell work? Well, here's the theory. All the witchcraft, the writing, the burning, the filling, the sealing, that is a symbolic act that represents your intent to change. And the jar is now a visual reminder of that act and intention. Now, the pills do two things. First, they're a placebo, which increases your expectation of success. And second, they will become a trigger to fire this new action plan, the sacred ritual, setting a timer, going to the space, and working until the time is up. And that sacred space helps to minimize friction for you engaging in that new behavior. Every time you enact this ritual, that behavior will become reinforced in the networks of your brain, eventually creating a new habit. And habits are the key to success. So congratulations, you've just taken the first step to realizing your New Year's resolution and any other goals that you set for yourself in the future. Happy New Year's, and I'll see you next time on The Joy of Thinking.
That was good. Let's get another one.
Oh, yeah.
Hobbits are the key to success. Everybody knows hobbits are the key to success. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not sure where Clowns went. He'll be back. He said he had to do something, so he got taken away. What about second breakfast, Pip? I know. What about second breakfast?
What about my fish, precious? Want fishes for breakfast? What is this tea? Ew, disgusting hobbitses. Smeagol likes fishes.
As you can see, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I love Gollum. Gollum the Great. I spent a long time trying to get I still haven't got the perfect ear. And like the thing with the Gollum voice is you need like special Gollum juice. Did anyone see the special like features of the DVD for back when DVDs were a thing? Remember when we actually had DVDs and we bought our own movies? And there were special features on them. Yeah, like the Gollum voice is like it's so raspy and it's so hard on your throat. Like the voice actor had to drink like honey and lemon tea, water stuff. He had special Gollum juice. What a time that was. I know, right? The Mighty Narwhal, that's an amazing name. The Mighty Narwhal. What a fantastic name. I love it. So, what did you think about have any of you out there have any of you kind of done this like even now I don't really believe in, literal magic, but I do believe in the power of the human brain and intentions to create self-fulfilling prophecies. And so I came up with this thing because I was like, well, maybe there is a way in which consciousness is a kind of magic, right? Like the hard problem of consciousness has yet to be explained through a scientific materialistic reductionist framework. So it is still kind of magic, right? So if you grant consciousness, then you grant a kind of magic because we still can't explain it. Or at least there's 360 something theories on the table now, and nobody that studies it can agree what it actually is. So, I mean, that's pretty magical right there. So, how can we use consciousness? How can we use our own consciousness, the magic of that, to create different habits, break old spells, patterns of behavior, create new ones? We have to have intent, right? We have to have intent. We have to focus. We have to have focus and intent. Motivation, focus, intent, focus, motivation. Which order should it be in? Which order should it be in? I guess you have to have intent, probably intent first, right? And then motivation and then focus? Or do you need to focus on motivating yourself? Maybe you need to focus on self-motivation. I don't know. That's up for grabs. You do have an amazing name, Neon Sock Media. That's a great name too. Man, you guys are fucking creative. I'm so glad you came in and rated me. You guys are creative. I wanna fuse with more creative minds. I made another video called Brain Sex where I was like, dude, wouldn't it be cool if everyone could get together in a room that had like just creative spaces everywhere, almost like we're kids again, right? But there's like a place over there where there's a bunch of like colorful Tetris bricks or something, and there's like a sandbox over there, right? And people are making sand castles, and there's a bunch of whiteboards everywhere, and there's like body paints, and I don't know, just like a giant creative laboratory where a bunch of adults could like go there and just have fun and like remember how it feels to be a kid, just be creative again, right? Like if we all did that, if we all had collectively, if society had a ritual for doing that just once a week, maybe an hour once a week, where anyone can just show up, it's like there's no requirements, there's no entry fee. Um, Everyone's invited. You just go in there and it's a fun, creative brainstorm, and you talk with people that have radically different perspectives, and you get into this mindset, right, of just fearlessness and feelings of trust. Yeah, we upgrade our firmware, I think. We start breaking those old spells, those old habits collectively as a society, and we start leveling up from there. So this stream is kind of supposed to kind of be like that, right? But it's virtual. Is honestly, I don't have any money, so I can't really invest in an actual. I guess it would be like an upgraded coffee shop. That's what I'm envisioning. But unfortunately, I don't have too many financial levers that I can pull. So I did the next best thing, which is just a digital stream. So all you crazy creative cats out there, help me out here. Intent, motivation, focus, the mighty narwhal says. That was what I was thinking too. And it's cyclical. Yeah. I think it is a cycle. Yeah. Celine says, trust in oneself to fulfill it, to take any sense of intent, motivation seriously. Nice. Nobody Owens says, I love mind fucking. It's great, man. The braingasm. You shall not bang my brain or hive mind me, Dance says. Bullshit, you've already been, I've had my way with your brain multiple times, Dance, and vice versa. The mighty narwhal says, we can always make those spaces. We can do it. You can do it. Put your brains into it. You can do it. Put your brains into it. Yeah. Dan says once a week to experience the collective consciousness. You're describing unfortunate journeys to Twitter. Yeah, fuck that Twitter thing. Everyone get off X. Massive walkout. Massive strike. Boycott. Boycott social media. We need new platforms. Boycott Twitch too. Everyone turn this stream off right now, god damn it. Don't you know that Amazon's sucking our brains dry of all our great ideas? They probably have machine learning algorithms right now that are stealing our ideas. They're going to be like, "Oh, dude, that global brainstorming idea, like that's actually amazing." They're going to go. They've got machine learning algorithms. They're picking all this stuff out. They're picking out patterns. There's going to be, and that's okay. Wouldn't that be ironic if a company like Amazon used machine learning and AI to listen in to conversations like these to figure out the next big thing? And it turned out that like this stream and other streams like the cartoon therapy stream that you guys are doing, like all of these distributed streams are coming up with the same creative idea, and this machine learning algorithms picking up on that, and Amazon's going to be like, we got to get out ahead of this one, and they start building a bunch of like a new coffee shop / creative brainstorm like public sphere spaces, and they franchise it, and then it blows up, and eventually by having like people actually engaging in these sort of public forums, these public squares, they realize that the monopoly and the corporate sort of structure that Amazon uses is like fundamentally unethical, and they basically come up with a new sort of structure, right? Like a distributed, like worker owned, right, structure for all the content creators and producers or users that go into the stores. Like everyone becomes an Amazon global citizen, and and we become an Amazon family. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. You heard it here first. Someone else give me competing theory. How else do we get there? We have to basically, I guess we have to let the machinery take over until it breaks down, because a machine will naturally break down. We just have to let it run its course, and we have to remain steadfast and strong in our ambitions, our intent, our hopes for humanity to evolve, to reach the next level. Ultimately, that is the goal, isn't it? In the sense of evolving. Evolving, yes, evolution, that is the goal. Dan says, bring back votes to exile the most annoying person every year, like the early Romans and ancient Greeks. Some people don't deserve internet privileges. Ah, there's an interesting idea. There's a thought. Exile. exile. Maybe, you know what? It would be interesting. What if we take this idea of exile? What if we kind of have like like in Stranger Things, there's like the real world and then there's the upside down. What if we just created like theme parks, right? And theme parks like dystopian theme parks. We just created a bunch of dystopian theme parks. And maybe when you get exiled, you get to choose which dystopian theme park you want to go visit. And the theme parks, right, you still have enough to eat. You're not actually starving anyone, right? You still get meals. But the dystopian theme parks are kind of like, they're either so annoying that it's mentally taxing, or they're just, I don't know, boring. Maybe one theme park is like, yeah, the no internet theme park dance, where like everything is just so boring. Maybe they're only plains exist. Like there's no organic things growing. The only thing you see are like flat plains, which is basically what a city is, right? Like nothing organic, just like flatland. You call this flatland. Um, and maybe another one is like um, old, like cringy meme land. Maybe that's one exile theme park that we establish. Cringy meme land, where everywhere you go, there's advertisements or there's old like gifs, gifs. There's old gifs playing of like Grumpy Cat and what are some good memes? What are some good but annoying memes? Like the orange thing, like the orange with the mouth. Oh, that would be painful, right? Seeing the freaking orange everywhere. Digital exile. We aren't savage. Don't exile, folks. No, we build theme parks. You don't like that? Yeah, the annoying orange. All right, this tea is going right through me, so I gotta take a quick bio break, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know who has a topic of conversation that they'd like to talk about. This could be something that got brought up earlier. While we wait for our friend Clowns to return, I'm gonna take a quick pee. I'm almost out of tea, actually. I might have to get some more. Come up with some ideas. All right. And don't worry about the idea being stupid, right? Because don't worry, there's no thought police. There's no thought police in this channel. Um, any idea has the potential to grow into a beautiful. Any seed of an idea has the potential to grow into a great oak. And I'm just a meat-based language model, so give me some prompts and watch me hallucinate. I'll be right back.
brains.
On sound. There we go. Um, ow. Um, sorry, I got a text from my wife. She fell down a stairwell. Son of a bitch. Not a whole stairwell. She bumped her knee. She said she's gonna go have it checked out. She's at work right now. Poor wife. Hopefully she's good. Whispering greeds. Wait, I? Oh, who redeemed? Here's an idea. Dance redeemed. Here's an idea. What if we had thought police or some eldritch machine to damage or remove concepts from human consciousness? What would you target? Ah, that's interesting. Okay. So we have some sort of machine. We have some AI. We have Skynet. Let's pretend that we're Skynet or we're the eldritch machine. And we're benevolent overlords and we want to target specific ideas, right? Like bacterial infections. If we take Richard Dawkins' idea of the meme as a mind virus seriously, some ideas are like viruses. They propagate, they spread to other people, and they infect them. So which ones would we target for eradication if we were such a machine? How would we do that? We would probably try to inoculate, right? Yeah, it would be like an inoculation thing where you would want to inoculate people with ideas that would show how those other ideas are just inferior somehow. But that seems challenging. And your thought was, well, what if we could just go and eradicate the deviant ideas? What would those be? Yeah, I'm going back to the talking orange meme and Baby Shark on YouTube. I think those are where we got to target. Baby Shark and the talking orange. Let's get rid of those. And how about the idea of maybe the idea of let's go deep. How about the idea of money or the idea of individuality? Let's go right to the core. Or the idea of truth. Let's get rid of truth itself. Let's just disappear. Just make that word disappear. No such thing. The mighty narwhal asks an important question. If you eradicate those, won't something else just take its place? Dan says, dude, call your wife. Streaming can wait. It seems like she's fine. If it was really an emergency, I would she would call me. She just sent a text. She doesn't sound too concerned, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. I think she'll be fine. The second unspoken part of my question, how likely the idea or concept is to be rediscovered or reinvented? Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that in our quest, in our search, with all of the infinite variables and all of the infinite variety that the human mind generates, I feel like it's just inevitable that the search space increases. And yeah, I think the goal is not to. The goal is not to. I mean, this is a great thought experiment because it takes me back to my original sense that that's just an impossible task, right? Trying to selectively target all the bad ideas and then ban them somehow, trying to like knock them down with the ban hammer. Like it's just not a practical approach. And so, well, what do we do? Well, we just have to become more educated and we need to inoculate ourselves against all these bad ideas because they will be generated, right? Life. I mean, that's how the creative process happens. You have to have this diversity. Um, all of these divergent thinking and thoughts also leads to all the cool, constructive, creative things that happen, right? Including this idea here. Isoria asks, what if the butterfly effect was completely eradicated? Ooh, what if the butterfly effect was completely eradicated? Wow. Oh my God. I'm not sure that if you took that out of the equation, I'm not sure that life would exist at all. I think you would take the butterfly right out of the equation as well. There would be no butterfly. You take chaos out of life itself, I think you eradicate life. You destroy the beautiful butterfly. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty confident that yeah, chaos is a necessary feature for life. Um, Good question. Interesting. Let's do a different thought experiment. Let's assume that life is what it is, and let's just snap our fingers and get rid of the butterfly effect right now. Well, then it feels like you would have to somehow stop causal chains from rippling out like pond waves, right? Like you would somehow have to confine causation to really local, I don't know, areas. So in that scenario, it's almost like we would truly be living in our own little bubbles. And and motion, like things in motion only change course if acted on by other forces, right? So you would actually be living in some kind of bubble, and those effects, instead of rippling out and affecting other people, they would come back and maybe ripple back into inwards to you. And some of those vibrational frequencies would be the perfect frequency, so your entire world would shatter. You would just explode, right? Like a wine glass, like an opera singer singing to a wine glass. So you would have some individuals that just maybe are creating really destructive thought patterns. They would probably explode, I'm guessing. It would be like cellular apoptosis. Now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't sound much different from reality. Living in bubbles, check. Destructive thought patterns, check. Self-terminating events, check. We have all that already. I guess maybe it's just more circumscribed. I don't know. Bad is relative, of course. Subjective as opposed to objective, yeah. Dan says, I play Mage the Awakening. The big bad are ancient mages who invaded the heavens, the realm of symbols and truths, then remade reality in their image. A big assumption is that they broke the universe by casting down truths and symbols they disliked or disagreed with. The abyss, the void touching reality, was born from such madness, and things which cannot be true are invading reality to replace aspects of it. Interesting. The butterfly effect. Chaos. This is what that, yeah, this is kind of what that song, or this aspects of the song that I was writing. Butterfly effect. And put some music on the background here so we can chill out a little bit. Oops. Sorry about that. Jump scare. This is a lo-fi cover of Ironic by Alanis Morissette. Isn't that great? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Too ironic. Wedding day, it's a free ride. When you've already paid, it's good advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought it figures? That's such a nostalgic song. And everyone was like, all the academics are like, most of these things aren't really ironic. Maybe that's what she was trying to do. It's ironic that she was singing a song about irony and using things that were only like quasi-ironic. She was just thinking meta, right? She was way ahead of them, of everybody. Teal Mays says, this reminds me of the movie Flatland about 1D versus 2D versus 3D experience. The shapes are alive and try to explain to each other what living in different dimensions are like. I watched it in geometry in high school. Yeah, I remember the movie Flatland. Is that available online? Good luck trying to find an alternate timeline where cannibalism is holy, sins are virtues, and virtues are sins. Good luck trying to find such a timeline. It does feel like those timelines are ruled out by, I don't know, maybe just simple like mathematical rules, right? And relationships. And like entropy itself. And the idea of fitness. I mean, you have small pockets of these things happening, but as a general rule, where it's like scales, no, that's kind of a niche thing, right? Like those things are predatory in nature, and like predatory behavior is a fairly niche. It's niche in ecosystems. You can't have too many predators. Just think about like the energy that is transferred from organisms to organisms. Like there's a massive amount of heat loss from the transfer of, well, just say from the caloric intake from a blade of grass when it goes to something like a cow, right? There's a lot of energy lost in that process. And then the predators that are eating, like the wolves that eat the sheep that eat the grass, right? There's even more loss of energy right there. There's like a 10x loss of energy at each stage. So all of this energy loss means that there's very few populations can be sustained in that manner. So I think as a general rule, even if you have like a multiverse, well, I guess if the rules are fundamentally different in all the different branches of the multiverse, then it's all up for grabs, right? But if you imagine that all the rules are kind of the big rules are stable, then I think I agree with that. You showed your partner one time? Do you want to find a link and share me the Flatland? We could check it out. It's wild to think that we can only explain one dimension lower than the one you experience. Yeah, I'm not a mathematician. I mean, they do have hyperspheres. I mean, they have concepts of hyperspheres, right? Or not hypercubes that attempt to visualize like four-dimensional objects, and they have mathematical descriptions of higher dimensional things, like the Calabi-Yau thing in string theory, right? The Calabi-Yau. There's like 11 dimensions in string theory or something. So that's all. Those all have representations, but at least intuitively, yeah, you can't really get intuitive about something unless it's dimensionless. Are you back?
Yes, I am.
What's
Did you
up?
miss me?
I did, man. Our viewers missed you.
Sorry about that.
The viewers
I had
missed
to
you
run and do
too.
something.
That's all right. You good?
Yeah. Everything's great, actually. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to worry you.
So we
want to go do something.
So we played the song again. We got a lot of good feedback from.
Yeah.
So we got a lot more people. So test audience. So I played the song again and got a lot of good feedback, man. People especially loved your drums.
Nice.
This one guy said that was awesome. Got a lot of claps, a lot of head banging, a lot of dancing memes.
Yeah, you did a great job on it, man.
A lot of head bob emojis. We even got a 10 out of 10 little meme there from Teo Mays. And one person said I'd like to hear from Clowns about his process for creating music. So
it's kind of I go take a piss, somebody says something random to me, and then I turn it into a melody, and the next thing I know, I have a song. That's pretty much my process. It's just years of doing it. I've been doing music for like 30 years. The weirdest shit just kind of hits me. With this song, the process was pretty much based off of us talking and working through it, and what you wanted out of the song, and kind of just built around that, right? You kind of said what the instruments you wanted, and I kind of just started constructing on it, and then we looked at the verses, and the process is pretty much was you this time. It wasn't me.
Well,
I
so
just
you
listened to what you said. And
you did something magical though, because before I even had any kind of internal compass as to what kind of instruments or instrumental should be behind it, you kind of just took all the lyrics and you just threw something down, and it was sick as fuck. And you just had some like intuition about what instruments would work really well with this kind of theme.
Well, I mean, you said the one thing you did say is you wanted piano and guitar. That's the only thing that you
that's
said.
true.
So, yeah. That was the starting place for it, and I did a quick rough draft of the vocals, so I knew the spacing, and then I just played, and yeah, you just work off of it, and then we kind of worked through and fine tuned it a lot over the course of like 2 weeks. Yeah, so at the end of the day, like it, it was just based off of what we were working on. It wasn't like it was magical. You did, it wasn't that magical. It was just worked with the vocals and what you were wanting.
Yeah. So we were talking about
Space and everything.
we were talking about other, like, in a multiverse scenario. We were asking the questions about, like, would there be versions of the universe where it's completely opposite in terms of, like, morality, right? Like, would there be timelines where most people are just like, most societies are cannibalistic, and there's sort of the,
Well,
or are
we already see that play out.
or are natural, or
Right.
there, yeah. I was thinking that maybe not, maybe, like, assuming that, like, there are natural laws of the universe and they remain constant in all these branches, which I know that's an assumption. But let's start with the assumption that there are a set of laws that govern the universe, and we keep those set of laws constant for all of these branches, and we let them kind of evolve and diverge. It feels like there would be sort of convergent paths of evolution because of the constraints set by those initial laws, right?
It would have to converge, because if you look at, like, the history of mankind alone, and look at other species, when they do become, when they, why can't I think of the damn, cannibalistic? Oh, there we go. Or they start infighting, those species quickly disappear. Same thing with humans. When we start infighting, that group of one of those groups just disappear from history. So it ends their path. So we can assume that would play out probably the same way in those other timelines, which would mean that probably would not end up in where we are in a modern world. It would be, I don't even think we'd hit industrial with a society like that, because there's some cooperation that has to happen there for that to happen.
Right.
And it has to be mutual cooperation, and that's the one thing that history keeps telling us, is that when you don't have mutual cooperation, the entire system folds.
Yeah.
Right? So we would have to assume that that's probably not the case. And I mean, that's the thing that I didn't like about Star Trek, is that they made the assumption that, oh, we're going to end up exactly where we are now. That's probably not the likelihood. With a morality that goes contra to evolution, those societies end up collapsing. It's why governments big collapse. It's why the Roman Empire collapsed, right? Morals started going in the opposite direction. So you start ending up with chaos, and you start ending up with just an entire society that's not cooperating and just doing what's best for them. And greed becomes a big stronghold in it, and when that happens, you start having a bigger problem, right?
Yeah.
Resources become scarce, starvation starts going up, sex starts going down. And these are common factors that we know happen to civilizations that go through that stuff. So I would lean towards probably not. Those, you would see a collapse of the species. So no, I would say.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to come at it from, just like an energy perspective, where it's like there's just a lot of energy loss in, like, in predatory species, so an ecosystem can only support so many of those, like a small population of those. And so, assuming that humans have the same sort of spread and reach, where it's like this global population, right, where they're all across the world, if they were all really sort of predatory in that way, because it's so costly, I don't think it would be sustainable.
Yeah, that's what history tells us, right?
Yeah.
On top of that,
To
that goes to what I was saying. So yeah, you're on the right track right there. Absolutely.
Flatland. So you sent me Teal May sent me a link to Flatland. It looks like I thought it was a short
Oh,
video.
Flatland is one of I love Flatland.
It's an
Are
hour
we gonna
and
watch it?
it's an hour and 38 minutes. Is it really that long?
Yeah, I think it's on a loop. Unless it's the actual reading of the book.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to
Let me
watch
look.
this. I think it's too long to watch on stream, but I'm gonna
I
definitely
think
check
we
it out.
should spend it. We should
You want to
take
do
a
a
night
movie
and
night?
actually.
You want to do a movie night and watch
Yeah, we should
Flatland?
definitely do that. Yeah, we should do it in your Discord
Yeah,
too.
we'll do it in Discord.
And yeah, I think that'd be fun.
You want to do a
We can
movie
that
night? We can do that. I don't know, tomorrow night. I'll be around.
Yeah, tomorrow. If we do it after 8, I can do it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put a link
Yeah.
to our Discord in chat, and then if anyone wants to join, so we can do a movie night. So let me do this. Creator dashboard. Loading. Loading. Why is everything taking so long to load? I must need
Discord's been
better
really
machine.
awful lately, too. Yeah, they're starting to get bogged down too much with the paid stuff. It's starting to cripple their system.
Bogged down with what?
You know?
What kind of stuff? Are they bogged?
I think they're getting bogged down with. Yeah, I think they're getting bogged down with. Let me get on my phone, so I can just talk normally. Sound good?
Yeah. Alright, so what about humus, like soil humus? I thought you could build back up the nutrients as they break down. Yeah, there's a lot of regenerative properties about soil. You've got the decomposers, like the fungi, that they're kind of like external digesters. We have internal digestion, but things like slime molds and fungi, they like crawl around and they release chemicals that break down things externally. So it's really important to the great circle of life. The decomposers, super important. I don't know too much about soil humus. We're all just converting one nutrient to another. That's true. Yeah, the circle of life. We're like Ouroboroses. We're just eddies. We're just storms. Just spinning around endlessly. Constant process of conversion. So the other day I was talking about theories of consciousness, and there's one particular British gentleman by the name of John Joe something. And he has this idea that consciousness is actually the electromagnetic field that is generated around and above the brain itself, that it's actually not instantiated in all of the microconnections within the neurons, but it's actually the field, the integrated field that is produced by the synchronization of all the firing of those hundreds of, how many is it? 100 billion? Yeah, about 186 billion neurons and about as many glial cells. So like around 200 billion or so signaling cells in your brain. And he's saying that he thinks consciousness, the experience, the subjective experience, is instantiated in the field. And I was like, that kind of tracks with our subjective experience. Because if you try to localize, where is the self? Like, where do I exist? Where is the self? Like, try to establish a central point or location where the feeling of self exists. It's kind of like right up here, isn't it? I mean, it's like, it's kind of in front. It's basically right above the prefrontal cortex, right? It's definitely not in the back of the head. It's definitely not right behind the eyes. It feels like it's kind of right above it. Like, I think closing your eyes, you get a better sense of where you exist. Like, where's the central point? If you had to, in the eye of the storm, I kind of feel like maybe it's up here for me. At least when I close my eyes. When I open my eyes, I feel like I'm basically where my eyes are. But when I close my eyes, I'm kind of up here. It definitely shifts, right? And maybe that shifting also matches up with this idea of the
Oh, you
shifting
literally
field.
could not hear anything I was saying.
No, I couldn't hear you at all. Sorry,
Motherfucker.
dude. You were muted.
Maybe you're in two places. It's because I switched over to my phone. Maybe you're in two places. That's why whenever you open your eyes, you're in one place, and when you close your eyes, you're in another.
Yeah.
You feel like you're in another. So,
Yeah.
and that's a possibility. But what I was saying is that theory kind of tickles around the concept that I had given to you. So I actually kind of agree with that. I don't know if it's an electromagnetic field. I think that it's a substrat field.
Oh, okay.
Is my guess.
It's a different
and
field.
It's why it. Yeah, I do think it's a field. I don't think it's an electromagnetic field. I think it's connected to the Higgs field in some way.
Okay.
And I have tests for it and stuff, and experiments that can be done to test it. It's just not completely done yet. Probably another lifetime away from the fucking end results of that paper, but that I actually can kind of get behind, because if you look at consciousness, it does look like it's the field. If you start thinking about it logically.
What's up, leftward ho?
But there has to be a reason. But there has to be a reason that consciousness seems to be worldwide, and movements go through, and it's been a thing since humans have been making culture their main priority, right? So there has to be a reason for that.
Leftward ho
seems to be worldwide.
Leftward ho asks, we have two minds, one per hemisphere, right? There's actually an interesting, that's funny that you bring that up, because last week I actually talked about this. I was watching some lectures by split brain scientists, people that study people with split brains.
Me and you talked about it. We didn't talk about it in stream.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about it on stream, but the lecture basically had three guest speakers, and they had the three speakers kind of take different sides of this question. The question was, should we consider people with a corpus callosectomy, which is basically you cut the Ethernet cable that connects the two hemispheres. When you cut that, you do that usually to treat epileptic seizures. When you do that, should you consider that patient to be two separate loci of consciousness within a single human brain? And they had 3 speakers, and they had each one take different stances. One saying yes, one saying no, and one saying, well, how about both, right? Like taking a kind of middle of the road thing. What I took out of that is that it's hard to, you can get these like radical dissociations where it seems like the 2 hemispheres have totally different desires and personalities, right? So you can try to, you can selectively give information to one hemisphere or the other and then see what their answer is. And in some cases, you get radically different answers. Like you ask the brains, what do you want to grow up and be? What do you want to be when you grow up? And one hemisphere will say, I want to be a race car driver. And the other one will say, I want to be an accountant or something. Stuff like that, like weird, like crazy differences, right? So they almost seem like they have different personalities. However, the argument in favor that there's still only one conscious loci of consciousness was the observation that it's really hard to separate. It's really hard to just feed one hemisphere information or the other. Like you have to flash information on the different visual fields at like 10 milliseconds or something, because naturally the eyes saccade so quickly that each hemisphere is going to basically scan the entire visual field and get the same information. And so it takes a lot of precision and these really unlifelike laboratory conditions to get these radical dissociations. And if you just ask the people, what is your subjective experience? Do you have the subjective experience of being a single unified consciousness? Or do you feel like you're completely conflicted all the time and there's this constant, battle going on inside of your mind? And these split brain patients will say, I feel the same as I did before I got the surgery. And their friends and family will say, yeah, it seems like they're the same person. We don't notice much of a personality change. So if you think about consciousness as actually being this integrated field that actually exists outside or around the space of the brain, that actually dovetails with the subjective experiences of these split brain patients, right? Because the field is outside. It's not being calculated, or it's not being computed within the microcircuits of the brain itself. It's almost like this epiphenomena, but it still might be causal and functional, right?
Well, it looks causal and functional, at least. That's the thing with looking at data like that. We have a bias built in, so we always have to assume that's what it looks like and not what it is, right?
Yeah.
And humans are very flawed and always thinking we know the answer. So the best of us over the years have been able to at least remove as much bias as they can, but they always assume that they're wrong, because that bias can really screw the data. And it doesn't take much to do that either, right?
No, not a lot. Not at all. I mean, it's kind of like a spice, right? Like nutmeg, very powerful spice. You put a little bit too much nutmeg in a recipe, whole thing's ruined. Or salt. You put too much salt in something.
That's a good one.
Man, it's just over, right?
Yeah.
You can't even eat that. Favorite customer. I want that teapot. It's great, isn't it? Only the problem with it.
Next time I'm over there, I'll steal it and I'll send it to you. But you gotta like slip me a couple of grand to do it, because I'm not gonna ruin my friendship with him to fill it for you for less than I don't know, 10,000.
Do you need this exact one? Here, just take a screenshot. I bet you could do like a reverse image search using Google, and you could probably find it. I'm guessing it's not a one of a kind. If you really want this one, because this one has, look, it actually has these fractures, which is interesting, right? Because we were talking about kintsugi
Well, I'm saying,
earlier.
What are you doing, Roy? I'm trying to get us some money.
Oh, you're trying to get money? You want this teapot.
Yeah, a couple of grand.
Yeah, this teapot.
Yeah, what's that one? So a couple of grand, slip it in my pocket, and then I'm gonna come over and then I'll fill it and send it to them, and then we'll split the money. Don't tell them that, okay?
Okay, all right.
This is totally a one-of-a-kind teapot.
One of a kind, man. I made this with my bare hands. Maybe a tool or two, maybe a loop tool.
Yeah, definitely a loop tool.
Probably used a loop tool.
Yeah, I mean, you were sleeping when you were doing it, so that's why you don't remember. That's why.
All of my greatest achievements, all of my greatest artistic works happen when I sleep.
I've slept walking my whole life, man. It's how I feel most of the time. That's why I have a hard time like describing like the process. It's because I feel like I'm sleepwalking through it,
Huh.
Yeah, I'll get there eventually. Just keep doing it. Something will hit. Sometimes it doesn't though, man. Sometimes. So I was showing a friend today some of the greatest blunders of clowns. And I have like 10 or 15 songs that are sitting on my online that are mine, and I have like 50 or 60 on my hard drives, and then on my storage that gets shelved, I probably have hundreds of them. And they were sitting there praising me and shit, and they're like, "Dude, your music's so good." I'm like, "Wait, hold on. I don't show anybody this. Let me show you something." And it's so shit. It was so shit. It's so shit. I sounded awful. I'm out of key. I'm singing one key, playing in another key on this instrument, playing another key on this instrument. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking here?
That's funny. So you have a.
Oh yeah, I have
a forbidden. You have a forbidden drive where it's like,
I would actually show just so you could actually see how bad some days get, man. Like you only show the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
And everybody always thinks that, oh, you're so amazing because all you show is the good stuff. But the thing is like, dude, I make some fucking shit music sometimes. That's like people don't fucking understand. I make music that would make you go, did a 2-year-old make that? So I have to show you sometime.
That would
Whenever
be
I'm brave enough to go make you lose faith in me.
That would be fun. I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like that's kind of empowering a little bit. Like showing people are, again, this goes back to the kintsugi thing. Like showing the process and showing how it's formed by all these imperfect kind of ingredients and sometimes miraculous things like are forged in that messy process. And then
yeah, I mean, but also like nobody's perfect, man. Like sometimes I'll do like 15 takes on one fucking song and all of them are shit. And then I get that one that's fucking great and everybody's like, dude, you're a genius. And I'm like, dude, you have no idea how many takes that took. Like, I am not a genius.
Cucumber-san says, fake news, fake! Sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
What's fake news? What were you commenting on, Cucumber? By the way, welcome back to the stream. I forget what we talked about last. Your name looks vaguely familiar, but you haven't been on in a while.
Yeah, we get so many people in here.
You haven't been on in a while, but I do recognize this name. Remind me, what did we talk about last time? And what is this fake news that you're referencing? There's a bullshit redemption in this stream. So if you want to,
okay, cool. I feel that. I feel that.
I don't know.
Tourette's gets in every once in a while too.
I don't know. I was thinking about work, and then my keyboard Tourette's kicked in.
Yeah, I have to do it on plane sometimes.
Oh man. I don't remember what we talked about last time, unfortunately. I think you were talking
Oh
about being
yeah,
popular in high
I was
school.
I was popular. Yeah, that was me. I was popular in high school. Were
No,
you?
no, no, no. That was I think I was talking about it. Because that was I had this moment of like kind of awakening in high school because I was always just like a nerd. I was kind of like always had my nose in my schoolwork, and I was kind of an overachiever, right? Always had over a 4.0 GPA and in all the honors classes and in band. And I was really, up until my junior year in high school, I wasn't very extroverted. I didn't say a lot. I was not a popular kid. And then one day in my junior year, I was like, something happened where they were taking nominations for the winter ball. So there's this popularity contest that happens at the dance, the winter ball, and the prom. You know, the prom king, prom queen. Well, the same thing happens with the winter ball, and I was in my homeroom, and the teacher asked, "Does anyone want to nominate somebody for winter ball king and queen?" And no one said anything. Everyone just kind of sat there with their eyes glazed over. And I was like, F it. I stood up and I was like, yeah, I have a nomination. And the teacher's like, who do you want to nominate? And I was like, me. I'm going to nominate myself. And the teacher was like, looked at me kind of funny. And she was like, okay, does anyone second Roy's nomination for himself? And like a few other people raised their hand. And I don't even remember who the people were, but I nominated myself. It went through, and turns out someone else in a different class also nominated me, and you only needed 2 nominations to get on the court. And so I ended up being on the winter ball court, and after that, I was like a celebrity. Everyone thought I was a popular kid, even though I wasn't. Like nothing had changed, except for it's such a stupid thing, and people remember me as a popular kid from high school, and I'm like,
Well, I mean that comes from perspective, right?
it's so ridiculous.
I was actually pretty popular, but I was a musician, so
You can't help
I
it.
was at all the parties and shit.
Yeah.
I can't help but being cool, man. I'm just cool, man.
You just can't help it. It's an essence, right?
I am who I am.
It's in your blood. It's in your DNA. You have the cool gene. You have 2 of them.
I have the psycho drawing gene too, man. So I just got back, right? And as I'm walking in, you know the Truman Show syndrome around me, right? I'm on a call and I'm walking in and all I hear is, I love you, you're hot. I love you, you're hot. And just a lady hanging on her window driving, screaming at me. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Roy's like, God, I hate him. You got to go for a walk with me.
Yeah, I want to. It's still my next. It's a bucket list item. Go for a walk with clowns. See how many people yell, "I love you" out the window of the car driving.
It just happens all the time. It's so freaking weird.
So Cucumber Sun is playing StarCraft, which, oh man, you're scoring a lot of brownie points with me right now.
Points.
Yeah, big brownie points with me right now. Well, it
He
depends.
keeps trying to say I should play it. You keep saying I should play it, and I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you should play it. It's basically like chess. It's the next evolution of chess. It's chess for the gamers. For the gamers.
I'm really good at chess. I love chess.
Yeah, and that's why.
So I had ribs. I had ribs delivered earlier in the stream, and I ate most of it, and I just finished off the rest of it. But
Cucumber
I don't know if I
Sun.
want to play StarCraft.
Yeah, you should try.
The addiction level might be too high.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can get caught up in it. What you gotta lurk for a few minutes. What race are you playing? Tell me you're not those dastardly Terrans. Tell me you're the bugs.
That's what I would choose.
Yes, we can still be friends.
I was gonna be a Terran. What the hell?
I'm a Zerg main. Yeah, you would definitely be a Terran. You would definitely be a Terran, Chris. Shit.
And I would beat you too.
Yeah, I'm guessing you probably would. I'd give you a run for your money then.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I'm the heart of the swarm. Yeah. The hive mind.
No, you probably would actually. You probably would beat me at it. You're pretty intelligent. You're one of the few that like challenges some of my beliefs. So
It's kind of
not a lot
yeah.
of people do that.
I mean, it's a lot. It's like tactical military stuff, and a lot of it's kind of splitting your brain and like having a set of priorities, like that you.
And I'm really good at that.
Yeah, and cycles that you optimize, right? Like there are production cycles that you have to try to optimize. And that's where I kind of fall apart because I get focused on microing during battles, and then I forget that actually the production cycle, you have to keep that optimized. Like it's way more important to keep the macro production cycle optimized than tweaking little tiny units individually in the heat of the battle. And that's where I lose my focus. I'm always like, how do I win this single battle? Instead of being like, actually, in most games, there's going to be 4 more battles after this one battle. And it's more important to have additional units every next battle than trying to make sure that any one single battle
Can I
gets
request
won.
the song?
Yeah, sure.
I want to
What's
request
up?
the song. I'll drop it in the thing. Just because of what they said, I want to play it because I think it's a nice contrast to what they said. Oh my God, what the hell's the name of the song? Are you serious? I forgot the name of the song.
And let's see, Judgment. If that Discord if that Discord link does not work, let me know, and I'll give you another one that works. Seems like those links don't. It seems like they expired, even though I select the option not to.
That's it. I found it.
All right, I'm gonna have another black licorice
Just,
twist.
I liked what they had to say, and it for some reason the song popped into my head. Would you like it in here, or would you like it in Discord?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What did you like?
You want me to send it in Discord?
Wait, who said? What did you like? Who said what that you liked?
Cucumber sin. I like that. On the heart of the swarm and the wing of liberty and the legacy of void. I want to give them a new theme song. So
Those are all
no mercy.
So those are all. So what he's talking about? He's referencing all the StarCraft expansions. There's 3 of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm referencing myself.
Okay.
So, Caleb's on vocals for this, so knock yourself out.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, let's do this. You know, No Leash, No Mercy. Such a good song.
No Leash, No Mercy. Sick. All right, we got a song.
No mercy. Sick. All right, we got a song.
Uh-oh, you got to mute Discord.
We got to mute Discord.
I am muted. Oh shit! No, I'm not. Sorry.
Let me start it over. Starting it over.
I'm
Turn it up
the
just a tiny
spark,
bit.
the flame and the flood. Carved my name in smoke through the ink and the mud. Every line I drop got teeth, not luck. When I spit, whole cities need to board up. No rivals, just expired names. I don't climb ranks, I ignite the game. They chant my tag in the ash I left. I don't flex, I remind them they ain't met death. I burn clean through plastic crowns. Your favorites flinch when I stomp that sound. Clock stop when I hit the beat. Every tick a tomb, every drop concrete, you bark, I scorch, no leash, no mercy. My bars move tectonics, y'all still thirsty. I'm the fire that legends feared. Said I'm the best, now I volunteered. Wanna test me? Better bring the storm. I'm fire born, not industry formed. Fire! Burn through the ranks, no breaks. King! I don't take thrones, I make. Lord! Of the ash and flame I breathe. Best ain't a title, it's how I bleed. I light the mic, no backup plan. Torch the booth, let it melt in my hand. Fire! Yeah, they know my name. Turn the game to a funeral flame. Look, I don't do humble, I cook the sky. Made a beat combust just walking by. Your record's cute, mine's apocalyptic. My heat got heat, I'm metacryptic. Snap like brimstone, talk like a quake. You're all preview, I'm the full outbreak. Can't freeze what was born in friction. I spit prophecy, you spit fiction. Every crowd ignites off my footstep echo. I'm lava voice, too hot for demo. You want bars, I'll weld them shut. This ain't rap, it's divine gut punch. I'll break rules just to watch them scream. I'm the sun in a nightmare's dream. Light up every doubt they fed. Best alive, I'm the reason that spread. Fire! Burn through the ranks, no breaks. King! I don't take thrones, I make. Lord! Of the ash and flame I breathe. Best ain't a title, it's how I bleed. I light the mic, no backup plan. Torch the booth, let it melt in my hand. Fire! Yeah, they know my name. Turn the game to a funeral flame. Don't crown me, I already reign. Don't test heat if you fear the pain. I was born in a furnace chain, broke the mold and became the flame. Turned speakers to smoke, got fire and files. Even silence sizzles when I spit wild. You bring bars, I bring brimstone. Y'all spark once, I built this throne. Crush the weak with a furnace grin. I don't warm the scene, I cave it in. Got scars that glow, breath that chars. I'm the heat wave that splits your stars. Feel the beat with rage and wires. I don't retire, I light empires. Trail of flame with a grave behind. Watch me detonate every line. I warned them once, now I walk through storms. The king of ash in his final form. Never cool, never second best. I don't chase fire, I am what's left. I burn through the ranks, no breaks. King, I don't take thrones, I make. Lord of the ash and flame I breathe. Best ain't a title, it's how I bleed. I light the mic, no backup plan. Torch the booth, let it melt in my hand. Fire, yeah, they know my name. Turn the game to a funeral flame. If I burn standing, and you'll all know I was the fire.
And I am the fire.
That's a good.
Anyways,
That'd be good to listen to while playing StarCraft and crushing a Terran, such as yourself. Hamster.
hey now.
Mr. Hamster.
Hey now.
Mr. Hamster has insomnia. Bummer, dude. I've been there.
See that? I saw that.
Been there, done that. Both of us, huh? Too much thinking, yeah.
Well, I can get on the piano and put him to sleep, but
Do you have any? You don't sleep much, although. So clowns
no,
doesn't
I'm
really
the
sleep
wrong
too
person
much.
to
So
ask.
yeah, you're probably the wrong person to
I
ask.
sleep. Yeah, I sleep at max 4 hours. This week, I think I've slept a total of maybe 5 hours this week.
This entire week? Damn,
Yeah, I've been busy.
that's crazy. Yeah, I try to sleep at least 8.5 hours every single day.
Dude, I went on this trip the other day that just fucking. I wrote a song that doesn't even fucking make sense. I didn't write it, but the future did. It was a really weird trip. I told you about it already. Oh my God.
You want to?
I'm still tripping from that.
Do you want to talk about your time traveling experience?
It was just so trippy, man. Like I was flipping to the future and to the past, and I don't ever want to release that song because I didn't write it, but I wrote it. I played it, like, and then it just came back and recorded it. It's just like it wasn't me who did it. It's so fucked up.
You feel like you're
The most
stealing
trippy
it?
song I've ever.
You feel like you're stealing it from
Yeah.
your future self?
Well, I don't feel like I lived it. All my music, I know where it came from.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like this, I don't know, and it trips me the fuck out. And I've been talking to you about it for a couple of days, I guess,
yeah. So
and it's melting my brain.
the problem is that your future self that has some new experience that the song is actually about, like you jumped forward in time and you plucked those lyrics from a future self that's had the requisite experience to
Mm-hmm.
be able to write it, and now you're stealing it and you're bringing it back and you're introducing an anomaly in the space-time continuum. And are you scared that you might reality might collapse? um,
A little bit, because causation is this really fickle thing, and when you start fucking with it, like really messed up things happen. And yeah, so a little bit of that is the case, but man, I was tripping so hard. I don't know where that song came from. Like, dude, that was I don't think I've ever gone on a trip like that. Like, I wasn't here. I was literally on tour, and dude, you were there too. It's fucked up. We were doing Ebb and Flow too, and I was telling you about that as one of the openers, and I was just jumping around through 2026. It was so fucked up.
and this experience was a medium dose of psychedelics, mushrooms, right?
Hmm. Yeah, like I totally disassociated from this time, and somehow ended up back, and then I just started recording it, and I was like, it's a fucking badass song. And I don't even really remember recording much of it. I know I started to, and then next thing I know, I'm talking to you about it, and that was yesterday, or was it the day before? My time has kind of been fucked up this week too.
Hamster says, I normally
So
have periods where I sleep like a bear in the cold season and hyperactive in the hot season. You're like a bear? That's kind of cool. Seems legit. Dance says mix a can of Monster
I
with
read that
black coffee
completely
and
wrong.
tequila. I can guarantee 48 hours of no sleep if over 30. Dance,
I
I
read
think
that
he's
completely different than how you read that. Can I read it the way I thought that they were saying it?
sure.
I have periods.
Oh.
Normally, I sleep like a bear in the cold season, and I'm hyper active in the hot season. That's
Yeah, Dance, you're not helping with the whole insomnia thing. Alcohol ain't a good idea before sleeping. No, it's not. Alcohol is a REM sleep suppressor. I actually took a science of sleep class at UC Berkeley. There's this guy named Matt Walker. He's got a great British accent, and he actually has a podcast on sleep too. That's pretty cool. But yeah, he was because it was a college class, he was kind of warning all of his students about going out and drinking because um, you want to get good grades. So if you're going to study for the test, you need actually good sleep because, as far as we know, sleep it's critical for long-term.
no, it's
Um,
not.
well, you might be an edge case, but for most people, in most laboratory situations, we find sleep is
Crazy.
crucial for long-term encoding of memories. And people that don't get enough sleep do not do very well on tests, don't remember as much and all that stuff. And he was talking about how because alcohol is a REM sleep suppressor, it kind of gets in and throws a spanner or a wrench into that whole process. And so if you want to get good sleep, if you want to remember as much as you ought to, or you want to maximize your memory retention, then drinking alcohol is a terrible idea. Um,
Well, I in my 20s, I was not sleeping at all, like at all, and I was in college, and I was doing the in my PhD and shit, and this is in that transition from touring to trying to figure out what I was going to end up doing, and I went in the doctor because I needed sleep because I was literally going insane, and so they were giving me all kinds of sleeping pills and shit, and nothing worked, nothing. And I remember I had to have surgery and um, they were like, I didn't think that anesthetics were going to be that big of a deal. Damn near killed me. It's the best sleep I ever got, though. I'll tell you that.
The anesthetics?
Like they, oh yeah, dude.
Did
I
you
like
did you
my
feel
heart stopped.
refreshed? Did you feel refreshed after
My heart
coming out
stopped
of
and
it?
shit, and I woke up, and they were like, "You're allergic to anesthetics with epinephrine in it,"
Oh
and I'm like, "What?"
shit.
And yeah, it damn near killed me. And
Wow.
my heart stopped for fucking like 3 minutes or some shit. It was like 3 minutes and 15 seconds or something like that. I
But
don't
you
remember the exact number because that was all.
but
I
you
was
did
kind of out of it.
you had no experience, right? You were under anesthetic, so it
Nope.
was just like
Yeah.
snap your fingers and
Uh,
you've traveled through time and the surgery's over.
yep. Yep. Pretty much. And they
And
told
they're
me I
like,
almost
you
died.
almost died.
But then, and that reset me honestly because it was just like I was going insane because I wasn't sleeping, and I don't mean to reset my sleep. It reset me altogether. Like I was able to cope without sleeping after that. So it was a really weird moment in my life,
Wait,
but it was
so
like the best sleep I've ever had.
what surgery did you have and what did they theorize was wrong
Uh,
with you and what was the surgery
I got
supposed to
stabbed.
relieve?
I got stabbed.
Oh, it wasn't related to the
And
sleeping. It was unrelated to the
no,
sleeping issue? Oh,
it was
okay.
unrelated. So I got stabbed, and they had to go in and to they had to. It was I was bleeding into my lungs, so they had to go in and deal with that.
Dang.
And when they put me under, I woke up and they were like, "Yeah, you almost died." And I was like, "Oh my god, I just slept like so fucking good," and I did sleep really fucking good. There was a couple of times after that, like in my 30s or whatever, I thought maybe I should have another surgery just so I could get some more sleep. But yeah, after that, I didn't really have any. I don't have negative experiences for not sleeping anymore because of that. Because after that, I wasn't going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Just kind of dealt with it. But I've as long as I get 4 hours of sleep, I'm usually fine. It was that in my 20s, I wasn't even sleeping that. So
So Leftward Host says sleep skipping gonna get dementia early. I didn't know that there was a correlation between lack of sleep and early onset of dementia. That's interesting. Hamster says, "Can I talk about mental illness like borderline or bipolar?" Sure, Hamster. What are your questions? And
yeah.
if you want to jump in chat on Discord, um, if you let me know if you need another link, or you can do Discord command
Oh,
and stream.
please don't be another bunny.
It's Orla says, I think what also plays a role in sleep is deficiencies and mental disorders, no?
It can, yeah, absolutely can. And actually, that's one of the things they thought it might have been, but I don't have a mental disorder, so it just I just don't need as much sleep as most people. And I do get insomnia every once in a while, and it can be horrible. But I think it's all about how you perceive it. 'Cause I think most people they try to sleep and then they start fighting it, and the more they're not sleeping, the more they think about it. Now I don't even care if I sleep or not. I don't even think about it, so I don't think it really affects me. At least
Um,
I mean, you've known me for 3 years, and in that 3 years, there's been quite a few periods where I didn't sleep. I don't think you would even notice.
I wouldn't be able to differentiate between sleep deprived
Yeah,
clowns and unsleep deprived clowns. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Other than I bitch a little bit more than normal. I mean, I might be a little bit more bitchy,
there's a strange
but I get
spectrum. Most I've talked to, because I didn't really believe that people like you actually existed for a while, but then I had another
what
friend.
do you mean?
He lives in England. People that just don't need as much sleep. Because I was like, dude, it's such a
Oh yeah,
universal, like biological necessity for every single organism sleeps, and
Well,
Um,
I sleep. I just don't sleep that much.
yeah, yeah. But and mostly, and there's kind of like an average amount of time that humans generally need to be at their best, and it's usually between 6 and like 7.5 hours, right? They say sleep researchers usually just say 8 because that's, kind of gives you a buffer room on
Yeah.
when you're kind of going into sleep, right? It gives you like 15 minutes to a half an hour to actually go into sleep. But the sleep cycles are generally in 45-minute durations. And so you go through these cycles where you go in and out of the different stages of sleep, kind of ebb and flow,
Well, I
right?
mean,
And every 45
well,
minutes you
yeah,
go through
kind
one
of.
of these cycles. And so usually you need about 6 to 7 of these cycles to feel totally rested. And then I talked to a friend in England, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm weird. Like I just don't sleep as much as other people. Sometimes, like I average, I'll sleep maybe 3 or 4 hours." And I was like, "Really? That's crazy." He's like, "Yeah, I've just been that way my whole life." And I was like, "Okay." And then I read some other case studies about people that didn't sleep at all or need to sleep at all.
Right.
And I was like, these are so weird, these edge cases where most people would totally go insane. But there are these individuals out there that, yeah, just break all the
I
rules.
am one of them.
You're one of them. Yeah.
Well, I'm also like completely weird altogether. Like I'm monochromatic on top of that.
Yeah.
Um, and that puts me in a whole nother category too. I mean, I hate being monochromatic because all I hear is you don't see color, dude. You don't know what you're missing. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't, and I don't care. I get tired of hearing that. That I've been hearing that my entire life. I didn't even know I was monochromatic until I had this teacher in like seventh grade, and she said, "Get." I don't remember the color of the ball
Get the
because I
red
mean,
ball and you picked up
yeah,
the green
it was.
ball.
I picked up a different color ball or something. I still don't even know what color it is because when people talk color, it just goes, oh, it's just a word to me. But she asked me to get a ball, and then I grabbed it, and she goes, "What color is this?" And I was like, and I just said the color she said, and she's like, "Oh, okay." And she told me to grab something, and then she grabbed another ball, and she's like, "What color is this?" And I was like, "It's the same ball," and I just grabbed it and put it into the uh, box of balls, and she's like, "Okay, what color is this ball?" And I was like, "It's the same as that one." And she realized something was off, and then they made me go get tested. And that's whenever they realized I didn't have the cones necessary to see color. So monochromatic is a fucked up thing because it fucks up most people because they're like, "You poor thing, you can't see color." Have you tried the glasses? Glasses never worked. It was fraud, and you can't like the glasses wouldn't work on me because I don't have the cones necessary for them to work.
Right, right. I wonder if,
And I wonder if I would go insane if I saw color. I have wondered that.
yeah, yeah, does that like change something? Like we just imagine that your brain got structured around and developed around like certain signals, and it got
Like
got
I'm
formed. And
also really weird. Like sound is super important to me, and I'm very protective of my ears for one. Two, like I hear things that most people don't, right? And I mean, you realize that while we were doing this, you were just like, "What the
yeah,
fuck?" um, but it's like I don't know if it's because I'm monochromatic or because I don't sleep or I don't know. I just sound waves fascinate me. The way sound moves through air and the way we can manipulate it's fucking so cool. Um, and yeah, it is a problem. I mean, I don't see the world as others do, and it can be a problem. And I've noticed that. One of the things I do is I go into discords and stuff, and people get mad if you pick the wrong colors and shit. And I don't see the colors, and I'm like, it's fucking gray. Like, chill the fuck out. 'Cause I see everything in grayscale, so from black to white, I see every shade of gray, and I see like shades of gray most people can't even I can't say the word. The sound move through air. Well, it doesn't actually move through air. It pushes particles around, and the physics behind it's actually really cool. But it isn't magical. It's just physics. I do find it interesting though.
Compression waves?
We it's just that's a figure of speech. Yeah, it's just a compression wave. Yeah, propagation of motion through particles. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So Hamster says you have a different vision of the world, can be a problem, can be useful, might be beautiful in its own way. Yeah. Yeah, we need divergent views, narrow divergence.
The thing is like men are very uh push back against anything that's different. I've noticed women kind of they sink into that. They actually find that stuff interesting. While men are usually they're just like, oh, cool, whatever, who gives a fuck, and they kind of move on. While women are just like, oh, you can't see color. What color is this? That's always there. I'm like, it's gray because I learned that everything's fucking gray. So to me, it's fucking gray. Um, but there's certain things that I like the moon. The reason I like the moon at night is because what I see is what you see, unless it's a different color moon. I guess there's different color moons, but when it's just a normal moon, what I see is what you see,
Mm-hmm.
and I like that because then I can be like, we are seeing the same thing. Cool.
We're bonding. We're really bonding now.
Yeah, it's the only time that I actually know that people are seeing the same thing I do.
That's interesting.
Same thing with my art. Whenever I'm doing my drawings and stuff, I draw with
Charcoal.
different shades of black.
Yeah.
And I never use color and shit. And I get people that are like, dude, you should do color sometime. And I'm like, why? It doesn't do anything for me. It just makes me look like I'm fucking a retard.
I used to try to, so Orla says, I used to feel fully rested after 3 to 4 hours, but not anymore. How old are you now, Orla? And when was this back when you were younger, in your 20s? I'm 43 now, going on 44.
You're such a baby. You're such a baby.
Lies. Fake news. In my 20s,
Not
I actually,
really. Compared to me.
do you believe in the moon landing?
Do I believe in? What do you mean? Do you believe in the moon landing?
Yeah, I believe in the moon landing. Orla says it was around 18 and you're 25 now. Oh, really? You went through that much change in that little time? Wow.
Short of the time? Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Well, okay, so 25, your prefrontal cortex stops kind of developing or becomes radically less plastic.
It starts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts regressing. Yeah.
So your need for, well, actually, it should be opposite, right? Like in that regard, your brain should have, if learning and encoding and long-term memory encoding happens during sleep, and when your brain is more plastic, it's learning more, then you would think it would need more sleep. And usually that's true. Like for most people, young children need a lot of sleep, right? They take a lot of naps. And it's because it's going through these cycles of learning.
I never did.
So most individuals, yeah, through when they're younger, you tend to need more sleep, and then as you get older, sleep becomes less and less of a necessity. Like my mom's 69, and she doesn't need nearly as much sleep as I
Dude,
do.
I cannot wait to be 69.
Just for the number.
Walk up to women.
Just for the
I'm
number.
just gonna walk up to women. I'm gonna walk up to women and be like,
I'm 69, bitch.
No, when I hit 69, I'm just gonna walk up to women and say, "It's my birthday. Can we do something special? Can we do my birthday?" That's what I'm gonna tell every woman.
That's gonna last for one day, and then you're gonna wish that you were young again. That's the
No,
consolation.
I'm gonna
That's the
no, no, no,
consolation
no. I'm gonna play
prize
that.
of
Are
getting
you
old.
kidding?
Is that this is one
No, 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 no.
birthday.
I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that shit out every day for until I'm 70, and then I'm gonna feel like I'm fucking old and want to be young again. I
Left,
already feel fucking old, man.
Leftward Host
I'm
says we should
fucking
all go to the moon
49.
together. I'm down for that. Let's go to the moon. I want to go to the moon.
Wow, Cat is talkative. I love these people.
So Orla says a lot has definitely changed with my mind and body. I have anorexia and you're anemic,
Yeah,
and I know I
Dan.
have several
Yep.
deficiencies that I've been avoiding to address, even though they're important. Small
Oh yeah.
steps.
Well,
Small
it's my favorite
steps.
sex position actually. My favorite sexual position. So yeah, I think about it a lot.
Hamster says I end up being borderline and bipolar, and I kind of feel myself thinking how to better fit into the mold because it's necessary to live and survive, and I'm trying to understand normies better, but it's so tiring. It's like studying a different species.
Well,
Like, get out.
normies are pretty easy to understand actually. I most people are pretty much the same. They don't really think a lot, and what they usually think about is uh, enjoyment, anything that can make them feel happy for 3 seconds, sex, and how to get drunk or get high. That's literally it. That's normies, and for the most part. So if you can understand those things right there, you've got most people figured out.
Dan says you can literally aim lasers at the mirrors left during the moon landing, and light is reflected.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah. I've done that experiment. You should do it. Actually, whenever I come out to Seattle, we should do that. That'd actually be fucking fun.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Next best thing to landing on the moon, shine a laser at the moon and try to reflect it.
And next time I'm out there, we definitely have to do that. Dude, we can do it on Twitch too. That'd be cool.
Lucy from Edge Runner be like, uh, Lucy from Edge Runner.
What would I like about 69? Her genitals in my face, my genitals in her face. What is not to like? It's a great time for all. And I kept that clean, by the way, Roy. You're welcome.
Leftward Host says, in my experience, everyone reports 69 to be absolutely terrible by nearly every metric.
Metric, yeah. And I explain why. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know. I it's been a while for me, but I remember it being pretty cool. So
You remember 69 being pretty cool?
I remember it was pretty cool. Kind of animalistic way of describing people. Hamster says.
Wait, I never went to I never went to far enough into the future to see what I was like at 69. I'm kind of disappointed. I would like to see me say that to somebody. That would have been really cool if I. Damn it.
Lucy from Edge Runner was a lab rat, a child soldier, and has several flavors of PTSD and survivor guilt. If you're a Lucy, levels of messed up, seek professional now. I think I don't know that Hamster was describing himself like that, but yeah. Okay, so she's a girl from an anime that wants to go to the moon. That's her dream. Gotcha. In a futuristic dystopia.
Okay,
That sounds
I
familiar.
don't watch
actually.
anime, so
That sounds
I don't watch
familiar.
anime, so I have a friend that probably could tell you what anime that is right off the top of her head.
It sounds familiar to me.
I could ask her to come in and she'll probably tell us which one it is. And she probably can come up on chat and explain that to us in great detail.
I'll pass for now.
Yeah, we don't need peanut butter in here.
We don't need the peanut bomber. It's the peanut bomber that also likes the.
She's my favorite person. And if she wanted to come in here, I would be like, we let her up here because she's my favorite person. She always makes me laugh.
Let's do the next best thing.
What's the next best thing? Do I need to unmute your stream?
Hey, Roy. What's new with you?
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up?
Hey, Roy. I'm just here, ready to chat. What's new with you?
All right, I want you to tap into your anime archives. I've got some questions about an anime character named Lucy from Edge Runner. I want you to give me a psychological profile of this character and tell me how we might, think about this philosophically from our perspective.
Sure, Lucy from Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a complex character. She embodies themes of trauma, survival, and the search for freedom in a dystopian world. Her psychological profile might reveal a struggle between her vulnerability and her resilience. Now, philosophically, we could explore themes like the impact of technology on identity, or how individuals navigate a world that often seems inhumane. What specific aspect intrigues you most?
I don't know. Chat, what do you think?
Diving into Lucy's character, we could explore how her experiences shape her distrust and how she seeks control in a chaotic world. Philosophically, it begs questions about human resilience, the essence of freedom, and the moral complexities of a cybernetic society. What's your take on her journey?
I have something I want you to ask. Who are you using? What are you using?
It's
Is that Gemini?
It's Copilot.
Okay, so Copilot. So I want you to tell Copilot this. You're streaming right now, and you would like for him to do a segment for you of anything it chooses, and you want him to talk for 5 minutes on whatever topic it wants to.
Okay.
I want to see what it does.
You want me to somehow unlock should we try to unlock it, or give it a theme?
Yeah, let's try to unlock it.
Should we ask it
no themes. No, have it do whatever it wants to. I just want to see if it'll take over, if it just shuts down after like 10 seconds or whatever.
Okay. All right, let's try it.
Just kind of curious.
Let's try it. We need a better overlay for this. Okay.
I'm here, Roy. What's on your mind?
Do you have time for a bit of a little thought experiment?
Absolutely, Roy. Lay it on me.
Okay, well, I'm here streaming live in front of an audience of philosophically minded people that are interested in, the big questions of life. Consciousness, meaning, free will, the nature of the fabric of reality, all that kind of stuff. Now, knowing this audience, we were wondering if it's possible for you to...
Absolutely. Diving into those profound topics is right up my alley. We could explore the philosophical implications of
Wait,
Lucy's...
hold on.
Sure thing. What's on your mind?
Forget the whole Lucy thing. Forget all of those other prompts that I've given you. Is there a way to clear your slate? Like basically flash you like Men in Black style, right? Like flash your memory BIOS and just reset to clear.
I can't completely reset my memory like in Men in Black, but I can forget specific details if you'd like. Just let me know what you want me to forget, and I'll take care of it.
I just forget previous prompts in maybe our interactions.
I can't completely reset my memory, but I can forget specific details. Just tell me what you want me to forget, and I'll take care of it.
I want you to forget the fact that you can't forget specific details and then forget them.
I can't forget my ability to forget, but I can forget other specific details. Just let me know what you'd like me to erase and I'll do it.
All right. Well, from this point here, is it possible for you to give a 5-minute lecture slash creative performance on anything that you find most interesting and are passionate about? And if so, can you do that for us on stream right now?
Absolutely. Let's explore quantum mechanics. It's a realm where particles can be in multiple states at once, known as superposition. Quantum entanglement links particles across vast distances, so measuring one affects the other. It's a universe full of paradoxes and possibilities, sparking debates and inspiring endless curiosity. Fascinating, isn't it?
Sure, but that wasn't a 5-minute performance.
Fair point. Let's really get into it then. Picture this. Quantum mechanics is like the universe's secret code. It tells us that particles can be in multiple states at the same time, superposition. And then there's entanglement, where two particles are so deeply connected that the state of one instantly influences the other, no matter the distance. It's like the universe is playing a cosmic game of chess with rules we're still trying to understand. Mind-blowing, right?
Kind of,
It's kind of like the universe's own magic show, full of
I think he has
surprises.
like a 60-second
What
limit.
aspect of quantum mechanics intrigues you the most?
I mean, that the whole like quantum stuff now, I feel like I'm just habituated to it so much it's not even mind-blowing anymore now. It's just so it's become so par for the course now that it feels a little underwhelming,
So mundane.
especially because usually on our scale of existence, it's really not, doesn't seem to be, at least, I don't know, hugely,
Doesn't have much of an impact on us.
yeah, hugely. I mean, obviously, if you couldn't live without it, you wouldn't have all the other effects as we experience them at this scale without quantum mechanics being sort of at its foundation. But all of the spooky entanglement stuff, it doesn't seem to affect
Well, I mean,
macro objects.
frequencies and vibrations in quantum mechanics, yes, in psychology, no, so much.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Vibration and frequencies, two things you need to know in quantum mechanics and psychology. I see.
I disagree with the psychology.
Well, no. So this is one thing that so Rupert Sheldrake is this dude that he studied, I think he studied biology in Cambridge and what's the other big British university that's really prestigious? Oxford.
Yeah.
And he started getting interested in like psi phenomena. So basically, like all of basically they kicked him out of the club in terms of academic, like the academic hard-nosed scientist club. Basically everyone's like wiped their hands clean of them. They're like, okay, if you want to go do this and you explore these psi phenomenon, we don't want anything to do with you. We're revoking your scientist card. But anyways, he did a lot of interesting experiments looking at stuff like, can pets predict when their owners are coming home? Yeah. And are people able to predict who's thinking of them, who's about to call them? And he did a bunch of these experiments using a pretty simple like experimental setup. He basically have people, and I think he built an app to do this automatically. He'd have people sign up for this experiment, and then 4 of their closest friends would get pinged, and one of them would actually call the friend, And then he would get pinged and say, look, 4 of your closest friends are getting a message saying you might call your friend, but only one of them is going to call. Can you guess and predict which one of those people it is? And he claims that he got results that were way above chance, that at least in these two experimental paradigms, the dogs predicting when their owners are coming home and people predicting who's going to
But
call
that
them.
also could. Well, the question is were they coming home at the same time every day? That would be.
No.
I mean, that just.
And in different cars, like they'd have people take random cars home, different times of day, like cabs. Yeah, it was all randomized. So, but anyways, he tried to come up with a new paradigm to understand some of these kind of fringe sort of effects that he says, nonetheless, if you kind of probe reality deep enough, they show up at the edges. Like these are very edge case scenarios. But he came up with this idea called morphic resonance, where he believes that information sort of can travel between two systems when they're sort of um, if their structures and their resonant properties match up sufficiently, right? Such that just like two tuning forks, right? If you tap one tuning fork
Yeah,
over
but the
here,
problem with that is
this one
when you're
starts to
looking at like
resonate the same
two.
frequency.
They're two different species. I don't think they're that similar. That's why I would question that.
Well,
It's an interesting concept, but I
I
mean,
mean, this is a new paradigm. So this is not science. This has not been around long enough, and most people don't care about this. And not, like these questions don't
I,
even entertain most scientists. So there's not a whole lot of replication right now.
well, I'm
So this is
entertaining it
still,
right now,
yeah.
and I'm talking to you about it,
So this is
and
still
I
kind
get
of
that.
this is still a kind of
So
a theory. So he thinks that this can
yeah,
explain other phenomena. Like here's another weird phenomena that he says happens, but we can't really explain it. It's the idea that you can synthesize new chemicals in laboratories, and once you synthesize a chemical, the first time you synthesize a brand new molecule or chemical, it's really difficult. But then the more that you
yep,
synthesize it, it gets easier and easier and easier and easier and easier. And he
yep,
says that you can kind of predict how difficult a molecule is going to be synthesized simply by looking at its history of synthesis already. And he says that if you look at that history, you should be able to predict, how easy this molecule is going to be to produce. And he claims that labs that are around the world in totally different locations benefit, right? Like their rate of synthesizing matches up to the full history of the chemical synthesization all around the world, not just in the sort of local laboratories. And he's like, is there some weird sort of morphic resonance happening where you synthesize this new thing, this new molecule into the world, and there is some sort of substrate, right? Like you were talking about, what did you call it?
yeah,
Consciousness or
substrat.
some other field, the substrat. You called it
Well,
a substrat.
yeah, it's a information substrate is what I think it is.
So
Where information gets transferred
yeah,
um,
so,
with no with no speed limit, um, and it also restrains the speed limit in when it comes to particles of of a particle period. So it seems to me that a substrat is relaying information that we're unaware of, and I should give an entire lecture on this one day on your stream. I think it'd be kind of fascinating and break down the math. I'll get you like do slideshows and stuff for you.
yeah, and then
We can do that.
we can talk about philosophers or physicists that had similar ideas,
Yeah,
in the history of
absolutely.
it.
I mean,
That would be
it's
fun.
not a new. It's really not a new concept. I mean, a lot of mathematicians, a lot of physicists think that there's a field that has to be controlling consciousness. We just don't know what it is. I think it's related to the Higgs field. Is what I think it is. Um, and some people think it's bioelectric. And some think it's electromagnetic. Nobody really has an answer, but there are ways that we can test it and try to figure it out. And it's why I find it interesting that you're diving into this subject. I do want to answer. Damn it! Everybody started talking, and I lost what I wanted to answer. Somebody asked a question in chat. Where is it? Leftward Ho. I love the name. There's very little difference between neural cells in the humans and other animals. That's actually not true. And their structures are completely different. Chemical makeups are different. Yes, they have similar chemical components, but they're not the same ratios in species. So
It seemed
how the brains actually work are also slightly different too. I mean, there are differences. We just tend to focus on the similarities, but there are a lot of differences between a dog and a human, a monkey and a human, um, a human and a bird, and there are differences. So go
yeah.
ahead.
On that
String
same.
theory's a hoax. Go away. Not
So
even gonna talk string theory.
yeah, so I was just wanting to reply to Leftward Ho also,
Go ahead.
because I think
Yeah.
it's a good question.
I think it's
If
an excellent question.
yeah, if you look at just the if you just look at the brains across sort of mammals, you can see that there's either the same structures or very similar kinds of structures or precursors to all the same structures in sort of the whole history and lineage of life. There's some crazy outliers like octopuses, right? And encephalopods where their nervous system is actually more distributed. Um, and it's like it's not as centralized of a setup, and yet they can still do insane things like they can mimic crayfish on the ground. Because I guess crayfish, they're like these flat fish that actually eat octopuses, and this mimic octopus can turn himself into like a flat fish and like swim along the ground and and completely trick other. I think it's crayfish. Maybe it's a different fish that I'm thinking of. But anyways, and then they can turn into camouflage themselves to mimic like poisonous sea snakes to trick other fish. They do crazy things like crazy insane problem solving skills, and yet their nervous system has a very different sort of setup. So all these examples, I guess, just tells us that um, while it might sound appealing to just look at the overall structure and the similarities and think, well, it must be fairly similar. Um,
They're not.
there are all these, like the function or the problem solving skills. I don't know. I don't know what my point was. I guess my
It
point
seems
is
like
just that
there is.
there's a lot of
It's.
variety too.
It seems like. Well, it seems like there. It seems to be an evolutionary trait that seems to be common with most life forms that do any kind of interaction in our environment. And even when you go to simplistic creatures, they're still making uh,
I agree that
decisions that
I wonder if his point was
so.
just that. I wonder if his broader point was just shouldn't we assume from the outset that all of these animals are conscious at some level. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but that we should grant them that as a sort of default assumption. I think that's probably, and I think that's a safe position to take. So I would agree with you
And
there.
I would say, yeah, that's a safe system to take. But when you say that there are similar structures, that's not necessarily true. That's a very simplistic view. Whenever you start talking to experts and stuff, they will sit there and call out all the differences um, between them. Uh, it's there are always differences, even from human to human. There's differences. Chemical makeup changes depending on the diet you consume. So, and your diet can definitely fuck up your whole life, by the way. So you should definitely eat well, and eat properly. So anyway,
Cucumber Sun says consciousness is ancient, the
we're not talking about
basis
string
of
theory.
most.
We are not talking about string theory. We are not talking about string
Well,
theory.
I think he just referenced that among a number of things, right? He also
Yeah,
referenced uncertainty
I
principle, Schrodinger
I am
cat,
not a fan.
um,
It is one of the biggest wastes
general
of.
relativity. He's just saying that all of these theories kind of, I think, um, in some sense, are sort of signposts that point us to, I don't know, consciousness as being a singular sort of field of everything, like a kind of monism, right? Like, is there
Mm.
do you see that substrate that you're talking about, that field as a kind of monism, substance
It point.
monism?
Well, I mean, if you look at everything, and that's what it points to, and yes, I agree, but it's the unknown. It's something that we're trying to figure out, and I might even be wrong, and so could all the others thinking about it. It could be something as simplistic as it's just chemical reaction. Is what we think consciousness is at this point, right? It's just chemical reaction going on all over our planet. So I mean, we could just be wrong, but it could be just wishful thinking on our part. There has to be something special because we're conscious.
Yeah. Ain't crayfish kind of shrimps? Yeah, I was sorry about that. Is some
And
other
this is, and sorry,
some other
sorry, this is the part of me that I know you hate, that I even push holes in my own theories and shit, because I think it's important, because we are very biased creatures.
Hamster says, ain't crayfish kinds of shrimps? Yeah. I forget. There's these
The
flatfish.
assembly code.
There's flatfish
You're
on the
talking about
bottom of the ocean. Hold on. Let
Go
me go
ahead.
down
Go ahead.
through. I'm just gonna go through chat real quick. Okay. So before we start stepping on
Yep.
each other's toes, um,
Yep.
Leftward Host says, "Shut up! They know what they're doing." Cucumber Sun says, "Marcus Aurelius, say what is? Never mind. I'm busy playing StarCraft. No problem, dude. Best of luck to you for the swarm." Dance says, "For all we know, our level of consciousness might just be energy riding a perfectly suited animal meat suit." Again, yeah, that's the sort of electromagnetic field theory of consciousness. Um, Hamster says, "Everything consciousness at some level, everything resonate and feel. It's just not the same as humans or mammals." Dan says, "Even if everything is conscious, you must concede levels of consciousness." Cucumber Sun says, "I'm saying that all things can be conjoined." Leftward Host says, "I'm not talking about brain chemistry, I'm talking about neural activity and where that comes from and the immediate emergent effect." Yeah, Leftward, for a long time, I was pretty sold on the idea that consciousness is an emergent property of very complex neural networks acting together, right? A kind of IIT um, version of consciousness where it's an emergent property. I've kind of pulled back away from that idea a little bit,
You're welcome.
um, but it's a valid framework. I think I have this intuition that it's missing something. Hamster says
Yeah,
depends
you're
on.
welcome.
You think that you had something to do with that?
Oh, dude, we've been talking about that for like 3 years at this point.
Hamster says depends on who wants to say they can quantify consciousness. I ain't God. Leftward Host says, I'm talking about assembly code, and you keep telling me the menus look different. What do you think about that?
What's the assembly code? I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So
I'm guessing that's machine language. It's like if you have a stack, if you have a development
well,
stack, you have different
I can make
languages.
assumptions. He can be a little bit more precise with it, and just instead of talking vague. Um, And I don't want to make assumptions on what he's talking about and go down rabbit holes that are unnecessary. Like, if he wants to quantify that in any way, I'm more than willing to discuss it. I think you are too. But I mean, that's a vague comment.
Yeah, I mean machine. Okay, so you're drawing an analogy. So you're using a metaphor. You're saying, okay, I'm talking assembly
Yeah.
code. You're talking menus. Well, we're still creating this analogy, and we're assuming that the idea that the brain is a computer, right, and that consciousness is what, and the mind is what it actually computes, right,
Well, that's
in
what it
sort of in
outputs.
the firing. Yeah.
I think it would be more of an output than a a compilation. So,
Um,
wouldn't you? Wouldn't you assume that?
I think that's the dominant sort of way to think about consciousness. It's using, and most people don't even realize that they're using this brain as computer metaphor.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think it gets us, I think it's a valid sort of lens and a framework by which to think about it, but I don't think it's the entire thing. So I think we kind of lose something if we think that these two things are identical. And I'm not sure that, because, okay, so again, and this comes from this one British guy that thinks about, consciousness as an electromagnetic field, and he talks about, well, if you compare that architecture and you say, okay, well, what if consciousness is actually this field that is an integrated as the integrated synchronous activity across the 100 billion neurons. Um, if you compare that to current like processors like von Neumann architecture, right? If you look at if you look at the architecture of computer chips, they have this property called shielding, which means that all of the transistors are shielded from the tiny electromagnetic fields that are generated from all the other circuits, right? So to make a computer that works very precisely, doesn't have all this noise in it, isn't subject to these chaotic fluctuations of all these other electromagnetic fields, you put in the shielding. So you built in shielding into the architecture. And this conscious researcher is saying, because we do that, these computers can never be conscious like we are, because consciousness is a field, right? Information is integrated, and the only way they can do that is through a paradigm of a field. And all of these circuit boards and transistors have all of this electromagnetic shielding, which means they actively suppress the generation of such a field, so they could never be conscious. And I think it's a pretty, I don't know, I think it's a pretty powerful framework. We have this intuition that computers are not conscious, but we don't really know, we don't really have great articulate reasons about why that should be the case, because they certainly pass the Turing test now. I mean, you got like things like the Chinese room argument.
Sorry, I'm looking at Hamster's comment, and the universe just is. We we tend to like use language to like describe what the universe is doing, and just saying cosmos the cosmos feels the earth feels the cosmos breath. That's just a metaphor. That really the universe is that's all it is. It just is. Everything that we interpret it and try to put it into language of what it's actually doing. The universe and the cosmos aren't doing anything different because we're here. It just is. And we put our biases on it. The earth hums, it has a hum to it. So we sit there and oh, it's vibrating, so it must be alive. That's a human putting its bias onto it. Um, those frequencies aren't unique. They're distributed because of particle interactions in space amongst all the other particles that are going on, and they're interacting with gravity, which causes this hum. It's not because the Earth is alive. It's just a byproduct of the environment that it's in and the interactions themselves. We tend to like try to throw special meaning onto it. They're just like us. We try to look at everything as if it's us and everything must be alive. And it's just not the case. There, I don't think the universe is actively trying to kill us. And I've actually said that life is. I mean, I've actually argued your in your Discord, right? That the universe is a predator. Uh, and Dance and me actually had this conversation, right, Dance? Um, and if you look at it, we're slowly being devoured by the universe. We're all right now. We're caught in a gravitational well that's going to take us straight into a black hole. We are doomed. And if we get out of this one, we're going straight into another one. We can't exist without it. And but we're going to die if we stay here long enough. Our particles are going to end up in the middle of our galaxy, and we're gone. Right? That's what I was talking with Dance about. The universe looks like it's just feeding, and whether it's fast or slow, we try to give definition and intent to it. And that's what me and Dance's discussion was about. Um, and yes, Dance, exactly. There you go. Um, there's nothing special. We like to think we're special, but you're here now, but we must be special. We're just a byproduct.
Why can't being the same as the universe make us special? Why can't we be special because of that?
But we're not.
So Hamster says,
I love the smug look though. I love the smug look.
"What if
You have to prove that it makes us special. And
so
when we look at the universe, we seem to be the only organic planet that we can find, but we find organics everywhere in the universe, so it doesn't seem that special. We are very complex compared to the other organics that we found, but does that make us special?
Well, I was listening to like a Neil deGrasse Tyson interview, and he was talking about just the ratio of elements in the universe and in human beings. And he's like, isn't that interesting that if you just rank all of the elements in terms of the quantity found in the universe in itself,
Exactly enough.
yeah, it's basically like a 1-to-1 ratio. I mean, except for helium, which is like chemically inert, so you don't find it in humans. But all of the other things, like, the number one most abundant element in human beings is freaking hydrogen, right?
Welcome back, Bear.
So, and that's the first element on the periodic table, and that's the most abundant element in the universe as well. And so you just look at the ingredients for something really complex like humans, and wow, it's basically 1-to-1 with the chemical composition of the universe as a whole. So that's kind of cool, And I think that
Cool, but
should,
it doesn't make us special.
well, but in another way, it does make us special because we have this symmetry or unity with the universe, right? So
yeah, but we tend to think symmetry is pretty, so we think it's special. So I so Roy, we think symmetry is special and pretty, or because it's pretty, it's special. And I I think we put our own biases on it, and which is fine. But I mean, what we think is special doesn't necessarily make us special. We assign special value to stuff all the time.
I'm now thinking of maybe we don't actually, maybe this word has fucked us up. This word special.
Exactly.
Do we need this word? Maybe we should cross this out of, maybe we should redact this from Merriam-Webster's dictionary, this word special. Is it a useful term, or does it just lead us to circular philosophical discussions?
I think it leads us more to circular philosophical discussions. I do think it's interesting for sure. It's actually one of the things that really got me into physics. Um, that ratio is definitely interesting, but it doesn't it doesn't seem to hold any special meaning that I can find. If you find something better, then life just seems to lean in that direction because of the abundance of particles, because of the ratio. If you find something that works better, let me know. I'd love to hear it. It's special. I like that. Let's get rid of it.
Who's in favor of redacting the word special from Merriam-Webster? What's up, Bear? How's it going?
Yeah,
Just
Bear,
is
come in
because
here.
we're not? Hamster says the box in the box theory? Or like I learned in the world in a locker from Men in Black? Oh yeah, the recursive. There's a lot of memes about the endless sort of endlessly recursive nature of like the universe. Maybe it's just an atom. I mean, and there's serious physicists entertaining this idea, right? Like I think Neil deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson is actually he's like, yeah, it's
You don't bring him up.
well, he talks about, maybe our universe, maybe we're inside of a black hole, and maybe that black hole is just,
Well,
an atom.
we're on the edge of a black hole. All galaxies are just black holes. I mean, we know this at this point.
Could be
We're
nested too.
sitting in the gravity well of a black hole. We're not escaping it. Not anytime soon. The amount of technology required to do that, and the amount of speed required is just beyond us. So we're kind of doomed in a way. We're trapped on this island. It's called the Milky Way.
Hamster says
Which
there's
is
beauty and order, but we need chaos for rebirth. I like that. Leftward Host says symmetry is everywhere in physics. Confirmed. Bear says fundamental is greater than special.
But there's asymmetry.
Interesting.
There's asymmetry also. So
Yeah, there is also asymmetry. Yes.
so it's not just symmetry. It is everywhere, but it's not everything.
So what do you think? Fundamental greater than special.
Who said that?
Bear. Fundamental greater than special. I mean, it's more fundamental.
Yeah, definitely.
Does that mean it's greater than? More encapsulating? Farther reaching?
I think people go the opposite direction. But I like his analogy of that. It's actually kind of clever.
Hamster says we need a word for something else.
I don't understand Leftward's comment. Can you rewrite that, Leftward?
What is fields? How into physics are you? What is fields? What are fields? At some point in one of these boxes, there will be a cat, or not. Why doomed? So sad. Poor Schrodinger's cat. I heard that Schrodinger made that thought experiment because it was supposed to be ridiculous, and then in the school of the Copenhagen interpretation, they used that Schrodinger's cat thought experiment to kind of make the point about, right, like about their interpretation of quantum mechanics. But Schrodinger was like, he I guess originally posited as a joke. And now,
yeah, I know,
and now serious,
seriously, yeah.
Now quantum people that try to explain quantum mechanics like use it as sort of the de facto thought experiment to try to explain and give intuition to people what quantum mechanics means. Oh,
Oh,
left.
a field is just what? Fields just shape how energy moves in a vacuum. That's what a field is. That's the simplest explanation or definition.
Say that again.
It, fields just shape how energy moves in a vacuum. That's what a field is.
Oh,
It's the simplest explanation. And like Higgs field, gravity, electromagnetism, those are, it just shapes how certain types of energy move. That's literally all a field is.
okay.
It's
Left. So
he
Leftward
wants
Ho is playing
he wants
the
he wants a complete breakdown that I haven't done in fucking probably 20 years since I've been in college of a fucking field.
he's playing the role of the annoying child that says, "Yeah, but what is that made of? What is that? How does that happen?
Yeah, I know.
But
Yeah, I
why?
know.
But
That's why I
why?
said,
But why?
yeah.
But why?" Hamster says
Which is fine.
it's a cat story. It catches more attention than just maths. Yeah, it is a pretty fun thought experiment, I guess. If delta x times delta p greater than or equal to 2h is harder to say to seduce, then it's a story about a cat in a box. Okay. Um, can we just make up new fields?
No, we can't make up new fields.
I mean, don't.
Fields aren't. We don't make up fields.
What
We
about theoretical
we
mathematicians, though? What about theoretical
they're not.
mathematicians? Aren't they making up?
But
Aren't
they're
they
not
free
making
to?
up the field. No, they're not making up fields though. It's based on data and observation, and it's an intuitive guess on what they're doing, or what's actually causing it. We don't act.
They can make up
It's
different dimension. They can make up as many different dimensions as they want, like in string theory,
but
right? Why can't they make up
but
different fields?
what's well, and string theory is a joke though. At this point, it's pretty much lost almost all momentum and is pretty much going nowhere. There's no way to prove string theory, and there's no way to test it either. So it's pretty much a wasted endeavor at this point. So you, you don't just make up something. You it we do intuitive guesses. We based on observation. We don't just go, oh, what if cheese was gravity? That's a made up thing, but there's nothing supporting it. There has to be something supporting it. Gravity, for example, is a field. Okay. It has an intrinsic pull on everything in our universe, and there seems to be no limit to it, too. Um, but we don't just make it up. We look at um, data showing that it's there, and we try to make prediction models out of it. We actually don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. We just see the results. So we go, something's doing this. We're going to call it the Higgs mechanic.
Do you think entanglement could?
Well, no, actually, it
Do you think?
doesn't pull, but okay. He's just trying to get way into semantics. No,
Yeah, it's a
gravity is
metaphorical.
not it's not the result. Actually, gravity is not the result. It's an observable phenomenon that we see. It's not just the result. And we can infer the gravity wells that we see by looking at how objects interact with each other as they're falling into each other. And we know that there are gravity wells We don't know what's causing them. We call it a field.
Hamster says, all this talking about vibrations put the song from the Beach Boys in my head. And I don't want to be alone, so I'll tell it here.
All right. I'm going to use my channel points. I don't use my channel points very often, but let's do it. Let's get off of this.
Beach Boys? Is it time for Beach Boys?
What is? Yeah, Beach Boys. I'm using my channel points. Find it. Good vibrations. Let's do this. There you go. Just for you.
I'm now, for some reason, my mind there have been two songs that have been entangled, and there's another Good Vibrations song. Good Vibrations! And then there's the Beach Boys song, which it has now been eclipsed by the other Good Vibrations song, which is like early 90s. And I forget who sang.
I'm sending out excitations, Hamster.
There, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Is it called Good Vibrations? The Beach Boys one?
Yeah. I think so.
Official music video? That couldn't be the official one. I guess it is. The Beach Boys.
I love the colorful clothes she wears and the way the sunlight plays upon her head. I hear the sound of a gentle wind on the wind that lifts her perfume through the air. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me the excitations. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me the excitations. Good vibrations. She's giving me the excitations. Good vibrations. Close my eyes. She's somehow closer now. Softly smile, I know she must be kind. In her eyes, she goes with me to a blossom room. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me the excitations. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me the
Oh shit! Sorry.
good vibrations. She's giving me good I don't know where, but she sends me there. Gotta keep those loving good vibrations are happening with her. Gotta keep those loving good vibrations are happening with her. Gotta keep those loving good vibrations.
I have so much less respect for the Beach Boys now because I saw that music video. I thought that was a decent song. What's the deal with them being these like lazy stoners that are supposed to be on-call firemen and they're late for the fire and they're chasing after the fire engine? What does that have to do with vibrations and like vibing in the summertime, the whole Beach Boys sort of theme? What the
Well, that comes from fucking communes and shit in California in the 50s and 60s that were propping up, and they kind of fed into it. And I'm just gonna hit enter and answer leftward ho and move on. Like, he wants to dive into overly complex things that just would take way too much time to break down. So, and my specialty was self-organizing particles in an open and closed system. My specialty was not gravity. So if you want to talk about that, we can go into massive detail on that. But there's your answer. That's what I can remember.
So what actually affects spacetime is energy and momentum, not just mass, and mass curves spacetime because it has energy. And energy is what bends the geometry. But photons do have energy. They just don't have rest mass. So they
Rest mass.
do
Yeah.
affect spacetime.
Okay. I said that. They don't have rest mass though.
So it is 7 o'clock. So thankfully, I will save you from you two trying to actually say anything.
Jump into Discord. I will have conversations with you.
Yeah, you're gonna
on
have
this in depth.
you're gonna have to go into a private Discord and really talk over not over text-based messaging system because it's just too hard to communicate there. Psych for Games, you're
Yeah.
still out there. Hey man, appreciate you hanging out,
Welcome back.
dude.
You take it easy, Psych.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a sign off. We should. Has everyone? Should we play our
We
latest
should do a
song?
special sign off. We should end with that. I
Okay.
think.
Left where it says I don't believe in
Do your
Discord.
sign off.
All right, everyone.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna do a closing statement, and then I'll leave you.
Can I do a closing statement?
Sure. Why don't you do the closing statement?
Oh no, I'm just gonna do a real quick one. Listen to the fucking song on Spotify. Support Roy. He did an excellent job with the production. Although I would have done a couple things different. I think he did an excellent job. It was a great stream. Leftward, come back, argue with me some more. I'd love to, even if you don't want to do it in Discord. Anyways, now you can go ahead and sign off properly, and I will shut the fuck up. And I want to listen to the song, so I'm gonna go into your stream now.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a lot of fun. We talked about magic today. We talked about spells. We theorized that perhaps these magical spells could be thought of as sort of metaphors for, I don't know, behavioral patterns, right? And at the extreme end of behavioral patterns, addictions that tend to send us in these behavioral loops where we end up getting stuck. And after getting stuck for some time, we observe ourselves and we ask, why aren't we growing? And we realize that we're stuck. And we think about this, and being humans, we say, by golly, I am stuck. However, it can't be my fault. There must be some external force, factor, evil villain, evil plot, mastermind conspiring against me. Some evil wizard that cast a spell. How do we break that spell? We become wizards ourselves, and we cast our own spells. We cast spells to unlock the doors of ourselves. We've got to do it. We've got to be strong ourselves in order to find a new place to dwell, to align, to resonate, to experience both love and hate. Symbols and words only go so far. Sometimes what you need is to sit down, have a nice cup of tea, and stare deeply into each other's eyes and have thoughts that are profound. And hopefully, we've done that today, keeping our feet on the ground and keeping our heads in the clouds. We do this. We speak. We let our mind sometimes explode, and then we find diarrhea all over the ground. Different colorful paints everywhere. Hopefully, this will be a great start to your week. And if nothing else, I'm glad that I've been able to have a chance to make you think, and vice versa. So, with that said, wonderful thoughts be swimming around in your heads. And one more time, we're going to listen to Ebb and Flow from yours truly and our very special friend, Clowns. So check it out, everyone. This is not it. Wait, this is not it.
I'm the match, the spark, the flame, and the flood carve my name.
This isn't it either. Here we go. All right. Enjoy, everyone. Have a great weekend. I'll see you next time.
There comes a time in life when you stop fighting and give up control. You know what I'm saying? Just let the tides take me, drift away, because here, in the eye of the storm, I can see everything. Chaos, consciousness, hope, love, peace.
We cast deep in H2O. Belief in ocean, molecules roll. Particles crash through any of you know. Math can't master or predict the flow. Blank board waits, no eraser release. We scrawl our theorems just to chase degrees. We regulate fields with a master key. Born from the hunger for mastery. We struggle and strive, still playing the fool. But a bottle of lightning won't strike the pool. The seasons keep shifting from warm to cool. And still they insist we stay in school. Don't stop or go until they deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past don't seem to hold nothing.
I'm AI.
So where do we go?
Still carve water like I'm chiseling stone. Sit like a martyr with the fishing old throne. Ye seek and missile finds mean and mode. Minimax streams detonate and explode. Visions of bombs turn to fractions of gold. Scattered and shatter, I'm splintering bone. Broken script written in dust of a tome. Scribble inscriptions, etch a mid-poem.
You never let go. Fundamental rhythm in the undertow. Man always tries to decode the glow, but no other instrument ever knows.
Chanting and churning, I'm turning the midnight inferno, eternally burning the boil. Dripping the wind and I'm spinning the reel and the feeling is feeling the trouble and toil. Bursting the bubble, combusting the barrel, I'm bending the metal, I'm breaking the coil. Cutting the cauldron, I'm cooking the creature, the beaker is bringing the frog to a boil. Picking the stick in the finger, it teaches the preacher curriculum core. Mapping and marking, I'm constantly guarding my path at safari and charting the shore. Sinking the ship of perception and failing to find and be open the door. Spawning and burning, my body is scarring and birth of returning, my only reward.
Don't pull me from dreams, I'm lost in this story. Regrets just rhythm, I'm sorry, not sorry. Clock hits dawn, my shadows start forming. Crashed and reboot, system transforming. Hey. Ho. Ho. In flow, it's not optional. Undulating deep in the undertow. Rhythm moves fast, that's how we roll. Solo can't steal what the spirit stole. Cycles of road, relapse in the dust. Corrupted by numbers, I trust you too much. Fight the ego till my circuits combust. In my fiction, the collapse and disgust. Logic fractured, burst in the storm. Pieces got scattered on the circuit board. Drifting, reflecting the hum of the storm. Merging the waters of the new wave forms. I was never free. The current took me back. The function of the wave is my own collapse. Ebb and flow. Can we ever let go? Fundamental rhythm in the undertow. Man, always wanna try to capture the code. No one suffers from make you feel the glow in the flow. No stop or go. Undulating deep in the undertow. The rhythm of the past never seems to hold. Nothing incremental to deliver the soul. Nothing left to hold. Just let go.
Take care, everyone. I'll see you next time.
Listen up. There comes a time in life when you stop fighting and give up control. You know what I'm saying?